Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome to another beautiful community gathering on here. My name is Gloria Elijah, and this is Frankly Speaking with Gloria Elijah. I call myself the girl with a T. I'm super excited that we are gathered here again today as one for our very unusual but very enlightening conversation that happens on here every Saturday. Thank you all so much for tuning in. For those of you that are just joining, for those of you that are still going to join, you are all specially welcome. Thank you so much for making our time today to join. I am super excited. Thank you all so much for joining. Iponeng, I see you. You have been here. Like you literally dropped a message minutes before we even started. I appreciate your dedication. Thank you so much. Erica, I see you. Thank you so much as well for tuning in and being very early. And also, Deborah. Deborah, thank you so much for joining. Hello to you as well. To our silent viewers, our silent listeners, you are all specially welcome. Thank you all so much for making our time to join today's conversation. Today's conversation is particularly very important to me because I already did a video about it. I shared that video on my second YouTube channel. That is simply Gloria Elijah, where I have my 30 series ongoing over there. Yes, completely different from what we do over here. But I thought we should have like a community conversation about this particular topic. Last week, we had discussed being in your 30s without friends. And some of you had actually requested that today that we discuss being single in your 30s. And there were two other videos actually, right? There's the being single in your 30s, and also there's the being child-free in your 30s as well. All a part of my 30s series. The videos are up on Simply Glory Elijah channel. So go ahead and check it out. All right. So I thought we should merge the two conversations, that's the two topics together, and discuss because they're kind of intertwined. Yes, they are intertwined. I actually shared some of my personal stories on those videos. So if you missed out on them, please check them out after this live conversation. All right. But we're just going to proceed. Okay. So the reason I said the two topics are intertwined, they're intertwined, right? I mean, for you to have babies in your 30s, you need to have, there needs to be a partner. And if there's no partner, there needs to be a way that you get either a surrogate or you get eggs from someone as a female to implant in yourself, and then you conceive and then you have babies, right? I mean, the world has evolved now from the previous traditional way of actually making babies, but we're actually talking about being in your 30s, you're single, and also being child free. Now, these conversations are actually coming from two different directions, in as much as they're actually intertwined. We're going to take it from the first, being in your 30s and being single. If you had watched the video I put out, I talked about um, the the heartbreak, right? The heartbreak, the stress that I had personally gone through, in my 20s, leading up to my 30s, and then finally being where I am, just single and just existing, living my life the best way I know how to, or the best way I can afford to live my life. I had shared stories of previous relationships and how they did not work out because there was no direction, there was no clarity, there was no definition in those relationships that I had. And I'd actually mentioned that a lot of people are actually going through the same thing currently, right? We find a lot of young people in their 20s, even in their 30s as well, in relationship that has no definition. They find themselves in relationships that they don't even know what they're doing there. A lot of people have been in relationships for 5 years, 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, and some of them are actually expecting a proposal. Some of them not necessarily expecting a proposal, but just basically waiting for the man in particular to tell them that, okay, let's settle down. While some people, they are just there. They don't know what they are doing. Some people have actually been engaged for 5 years, for 3 years, and they're still carrying the ring, like Lord of the Rings, and there's no moving forward. It's just stagnation. They don't know what they are doing there. Some of them actually know what they are doing there. They are in there. They are waiting. They call it the waiting room. They are in the waiting room in such relationships. They are waiting for the day, in quote, God will touch the guy's heart for the guy to propose. You see a lot of women, they have been in relationships for the longest time. The whole world knows that they are they are in that relationship, but they themselves, they know that they are single in that relationship. They know that they are dating themselves in that relationship. So you see them going for different church programs, prayers and fastings. They go to this spiritualist or that spiritualist to go and read their palms and see into their future, and then maybe do some rituals for them or pray for them that eventually the man will propose. And so back in the day, when I was still not properly mentally developed, I used to blame the men a lot. Like, oh, how can a man be so wicked as to keep a woman in a relationship and not get married to her eventually? But then I haven't gone through my own fair share of experiences in different relationships, not just one, not just two, but in at least 3 to 4 different relationships. I've actually come to the realization that as a woman, or even as a man as well, it doesn't even really matter any gender that you are. The moment you step into a relationship and there is no definition of what that relationship is, you are doomed to fail. As an individual, not really mattering now which gender you are, the moment you step into a relationship and there's no clarity, like you and the other person did not sit down, have a conversation, and then you decide, okay, fine, we want to court, or we just want to be friends with benefits, or you know what, I need a sponsor, I just need a benefactor. You just be paying my bills, and whatever else you need in return, I'll be providing that. The moment you do not have a conversation to define the relationship, the moment you base such a relationship on, let's see how it goes, let's test the waters, which is part of what we discussed last week, that relationship is doomed to fail. There's bound to be disappointments. There's bound to be dissatisfaction. There's bound to be betrayals. There's bound to be ultimately heartbreaks. And so when I read a lot of stories online of women who come out to write and, tell the whole world about how they were dating a particular person for 10 years, for 5 years, and then suddenly the person met somebody else and, in 6 months they got married. I used to be so bitter about such stories. But then, having gone through my own fair share of experiences, I started asking reasonable questions that, okay, you that was in that relationship, was there ever a time when you had a conversation with this person that, okay, this is what we are doing, and this is the time frame with which we're going to test the waters. We're going to test the waters for 1 month. If it doesn't work out, to your tent, to Israel, everybody bye. Oh, we're going to court. I want to court you. Okay, for how long do you want us to court? Are we going to court for 1 year and then we get married the very next year? Or is it going to be based on, okay, I like you, let's just see how it goes, let's just date, you never can tell, maybe we'll get married, maybe we don't get married, or maybe we will settle down together and become life partners, maybe not, let's just see how it goes. And then people start seeing how it goes, year 1 passes, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5, and so the years keep counting. And then before you know it, you know that you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, but within that same relationship, one of you is actually very much single because the other person is busy living their best life, exploring the world. And then there's the other person in that same relationship that is waiting. That person is in the waiting room. That person is waiting for confirmation of when that let's see how it goes period will expire. So these are some of the conversations I actually had in that video I did. And one thing I'm actually encouraging a lot of single people to do, especially those who are currently in their 30s like me, is you can no longer fall into that category of people that waste their time or other people's time with, let's test the waters, let's see how it goes. Just as much as the saying goes that everybody must not date and end up getting married, there's also several sayings that states that when you are dating someone, there needs to be time limits. You need to know what you're doing there. As David said last week, you need to have expectations. As I strongly believe now, you need to be able to define your relationships. And there's also the other angle of, a lot of people in their late 20s and also in their 30s, feeling different levels of loneliness or different levels of desperation or frustration at just being single. And then they jump into any available relationship just to cloak themselves with the title of, oh, I am in a relationship. Oh, I have a partner. And because of that fear of being alone, because of that fear of loneliness, because of that fear of the stigma of people looking at you and saying that, oh, there must be something wrong with you, that at your age, you're in your 30s, you still do not have a proper, like a legit relationship, it means there's something wrong with you. So because of the fear of that stigma, you see a lot of people finding themselves in the wrong type of situationships, but they do not want to leave for the fear of those kinds of stigmas. Now, in line with the being single in your 30s, there's also the other angle of it, not having babies of your own, not having children. So we live in a society where, especially for females, once a woman is at the age of 28, no, 28, let's say even 25, 25, they begin to treat you like you are sitting on a ticking time bomb. They begin to remind you, not just your family, but people around you, they begin to remind you that, oh, you're 25 and you are yet to have your first child. You need to have your first child. You need to have your first child. You need to have your first child. Anyhow you want to do it, just get pregnant. Like, they don't really care how you go about it. For them, just have a child. And when you ask the very pertinent question of why is it necessary to have a child? The first thing they remind you of is your biological clock. They remind you that, oh, you're not getting any younger. A woman's eggs expires. I mean, everybody becomes a doctor. Everybody becomes a gynecologist. They tell you that, oh, your eggs are going to expire. Your biological clock is going to go around the world and bam, it's going to stop. I don't know where they got such analogy. Like, guys, it's insane. They remind you of all of those things. And then they tell you that, oh, don't you want to have a child that's going to look like your brother or your sister? That's the thing that a lot of people like. You want to be 30 and your child looks like your child is just your sibling, that type of thing. I mean, it's cute. It's beautiful to see. But where there are situations where people cannot help how the trajectory of their life has been and how it is moving, or in whatever direction it's moving, what do people expect them to do? What does society expect them to do? Are they supposed to condemn themselves? Are they supposed to just unalive themselves because they are not living according to societal standards? Now, for someone like me that is single and in her 30s and is working really hard to build a life for herself, like to build a proper, comfortable life for herself. And I have people that have been whispering in my ears and advising me, not even my family now, but outsiders that see me, that look at me, and they tell me, oh, you need to have a baby. Do you have a child? Or why don't you have a child? For them, they don't care if there's a man in the picture or not. They still tell you, oh, you can still adopt. Oh, you can still get a surrogate. You can still get somebody to have a child for you. Just have a child. They just like, just have a child. And now, having a baby is now like it's not like the concept of acquiring a property, right? They just say, just have something, just have something. It's like you're walking on the street and it's easy for you to pick up a baby from somewhere. So they just have a child. I mean, one particular conversation I had with a relative that was actually telling me, just have a child, just have a baby. You need to have a baby because, now that you're still young, now that you're still fresh, you need to have a baby so that now you have all the energy to take care of the child, to run around with the child. And I'm telling this person that, okay, I am still managing myself. I'm still trying. And people like, hey, you manage with your child. I'm like, God forbid, like, I'm managing with myself. I'm managing my life as I am right now. And you are still telling me that I should have a baby and come and be managing with the child. Like, why do you people enjoy suffering so much? Why do people enjoy suffering? Manage, as you're managing yourself, you can still manage the child. Why do people enjoy suffering? All for what? I mean, the way I see it, I just feel like it's unnecessary pressure. Oh, and that's the other part where I'm saying, okay, aside the fact that I'm actually managing myself, I'm single. I don't have a partner. I don't have a man in my life at this point in time. And you're like, hey, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can meet somebody, just get pregnant. Just okay, so you're encouraging me to go and have a one night stand. All because I am on a mission to have a baby in my 30s so that I don't grow old without a baby. So I should just meet any man, just have a one night stand, and boom, get pregnant. Then on my own, no, without support, without solid finances, and then I'll come and carry that pregnancy for 9 months, and I'll be doing the typical Nigerian brainwashed religious mindset of God is in charge, God will take control. So my life will now depend on God will take control, God will take control. Yeah, like I don't know the direction of my life at that point in time. Let's say I get pregnant. So I'm just going to base my life and my belief and my hope on God is going to take control. So I become a charity case and I keep on waiting and hoping that God is going to send a good Samaritan or an angel or something that will come and provide for me all the resources I need to handle that pregnancy, to take care of that pregnancy, to birth that baby by his grace. And then when I birth the baby, I enter into a lifetime commitment of raising another human. I'm not done raising myself, but I'm going to now enter into a long and lifetime, in fact, a painful, because you see, yeah, I feel like, you see, this society, right? They, hey, God, how do I put it? I feel like a lot of women that have kids are not honest. I'm going to tell you this for free. A lot of women that have kids, I feel like they're the biggest liars on earth. And I never take women with babies, like the things that come out of their mouth. I never really take them serious. I respect women. I respect mothers. I respect women who go through the process of getting pregnant and having babies and, raising a family. I respect them. I mean, come on, I have sisters that are currently doing that. My mom did that with 7 of us by God's grace, right? I respect women like that. But you see, I personally believe from my personal experience that you as a single female, you can never have an honest conversation with a woman that is either married or has a child or maybe has children. You can be asking honest questions, naive questions, but they will never be honest with you. And it feels like because they have gone through this level of hardship and pain, the trauma, the torture, is it prepartum, is it prepartum depression, postpartum depression? You see all that stress of having a child and raising a family. They've gone through all of that. So it's now like a thing of they don't want to tell you the honest, God honest truth about how it really is because they just want you to also come and experience all that they have experienced. And then the one thing they tell you at the end of the day is no matter what, it is worth it. How do you define what is worth it for you and what is worth it for me? What if what you feel is worth it for all women is not all women's definition of what is worth it? It's just like that one thing. They just want to stick it in your brain. I saw a video where some people were arguing about having a surrogate to have a baby. Like, there was this particular woman that was speaking on that platform. She was completely invalidating the reality of certain females' fear of pregnancy. Some women were saying that they actually have genuine fear of getting pregnant. And then one girl stood up and she was saying that, look at me, I'm a woman. I have 2 children currently. I am married. And I want to tell you this. Look at me in my face. I'm telling you that if I can do it, if I can get pregnant and have 2 children, you too, as a woman, you can do it. And then people are asking, why do you think so? Like, because you're a woman. You were born. You were created to get pregnant and to have children. And I'm looking at this person in the most dumbfounded way ever, because I'm like, I'm sorry, but this person is a premium example of being a mother does not mean you have sense. And frankly speaking, being a mother does not mean you have sense, because it just means that you are living in your own tiny little bubble. It just means that you totally do not understand that in as much as we are females, women, it does not mean that we are all mentally and emotionally and health-wise built the same way. The phobia for pregnancy is actually real. The phobia for pregnancy is actually real. And what happens is, when that phobia becomes really heavy on a woman that is pregnant, sometimes it can even affect her in the labor room. And you know what they say about fear? They say fear is the first thing that kills you before the thing that wants to kill you kills you. So I looked at this woman like, as a young woman that you are, possibly just in your 30s, you sound very shallow. So why am I saying this? The ones who talk to me, as I said, not my family never put that kind of pressure on me because they know the deal, right? But we're talking about strangers, people on the outside that just decide to give you unsolicited advice. They don't care what your situation is. They don't care what you're going through. They don't know anything about you for real. They don't care. But they're just advising you according to how people in their village also advised them. You need to have a child, or you need to have a child. And you are like, so when I now have a child, okay, pregnancy period, a lot goes on during that period, which a lot of pregnant women do not like telling other women about, if we're being honest with ourselves, because there's like this vindictiveness. It's like, I went through this pain, my fellow woman too must go through it for her to understand. If you ask that question, oh, how did you really feel when you were pregnant? Because I have asked these questions a lot of times. They don't want to tell you. They'll tell you it's inexplainable. Okay, fine, I understand it's inexplainable. And then you ask questions like, okay, what goes on down there? What goes on with your vagina when you're about to push? What goes on there? They'll tell you, you will not understand. Just get pregnant. They don't want to tell you about it. But that's on the side, right? That's on the side. So a lot of other things happens. Even I till now, even if I have sisters, I still don't know, because my sisters are not telling me. They're telling me, oh, I need to also get pregnant to experience it. I say, sorry, it's not going to happen anytime soon. So I now have another human, a tiny human who in its formative years will need me in every way possible. So me, as a single female in her 30s, I do not have a man. But because out of the desperation that these people have literally pushed in my head that I should go and get pregnant and have a child, oh, I'm now on my own. Nobody is here. Nobody is assisting me. So I'm trying to work really hard. I'm trying to get my life together. My life is still not together. So I'm still trying to get my life together. And then there's this tiny little human that really needs me in every way. So I'm not going to be sleeping. Already on my job, I'm not really sleeping at all. So now, plus the tiny little human, give me, let's say, 3 years, in the first 3 years, and the air this child breathes. This child literally needs my life to be alive. So I have to be all that. I have to be every and everything to this child. And mind you, me, I'm looking at myself and I'm thinking my life is quite expensive. That baby, that baby is going to be 100 times more expensive than me as an adult, because there are so many things that baby is going to need. And then I'm not even talking about the aftercare, aftercare of being pregnant. Do people really think about all this? Because even as I'm talking about it right now, my head is about to explode. It's just coming into my head. And I know these few things because I actually have sisters that have kids. And I've been there for them too, at one point or the other, when they were having their own babies. And I have done babysitting for my sisters and their children. So I know how hectic it is. So people say, no, even though you are single in your 30s, just have a child. Just have a child. That's it. They don't care. Just have a child. So here's what I'm thinking, yeah. Anyways, let me not say what I'm thinking because, but really, guys, I want to hear from all of you because I feel like this conversation is long overdue in this community. We need to have this conversation because even despite the fact that I put out that video, I saw someone from the Frankly Speaking with Glory community telling me, Glory, don't worry, you will manage. When you have the baby, you will manage. I'm like, I'll manage. I'll manage. Do people really understand what managing means? Do people really understand what it means? Managing. So imagine coming from a background of lack. Imagine coming from a background of zero assistance. Your relatives are not assisting you. I mean, it's not like they owe you anything, so you're really not entitled to whatever they have. But I'm just talking about coming from a background, coming from a family where you don't have much. So you are trying to build your own life. You're trying to build your own wealth. You're trying to manage yourself. You're trying to sustain yourself. Not to also talk about the kind of environment that you live in, which is ridiculously expensive. We're talking about Nigeria as a country now, where the price of things is just skyrocketing every day, right? And there's no assistance from anywhere. And this conversation, of course, right, mostly it's going to people who are just like me, who are trying to build their life. Because I'm not going to act like I don't know that there are people who live very comfortably. I've seen families where even going to school, even getting a university degree, it was by begging that they begged certain people, no, just have a degree, just have a degree. After you have the degree, if you don't want to do anything anymore, don't do anything anymore, just come back home and just sit down. And there are people like that. They are so fortunate to come from such homes where they literally beg them to bag a degree. And then when they finally bag that degree, they now come back home and they just chill and they're just enjoying wealth. They're just enjoying wealth. They're just enjoying wealth. Whatever they want to do with their life, there's already generational wealth for them somewhere. I mean, as I said, people like that, their families could even beg them that, okay, just have a child. Even for the guys, they'll say, even if you impregnate a strange woman, just bring the child home. We'll take care of the child. You continue living your life. If it's a girl child, they'll tell her, just get pregnant, just bring the child. We'll take care of the child. you just continue living your life. There are families like that. I have seen families like that. So you now that you don't have that kind of solid backup anywhere, and people are now pressurizing you, they are telling you that if you do not have a child, despite your situation, you are going to regret it. Why? Because all your eggs are going to expire. Two, your biological clock will finish ticking at it will now hang. Three, um, if you now have a child when you are in your 40s, you'll be too old to play with your babies. When they are playing, you'll not be able to run around with them. That's the third one. I want to hear from all of you. All right. Let me stop talking here. So I'm going to go ahead and share the link to this conversation in the comment section. Please click on it to speak. I would really love to hear from all of you. All right. I mean, guys, let's hear from all of you. Let's hear from all of you. Okay. I'm gonna take some of your comments as I wait. I'm seeing Daisy Dreams. Daisy Dreams said, "Hi all. Thank you, Glory, for feeling comfortable enough to share this part of your life with us. I'm excited for this topic. Thank you so much for indulging. Thank you." Zamio says, "If a woman can't take care of herself, she has no business having a child. Bless you. Bless you." Erica says, "I will ask Google for answers, period. They must keep their answers. Just get pregnant, just have a child." Eyes rolling. I totally feel with this. Yeah, absolutely. Guys, the link is in the comment section if you want to speak. Our Patrick, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Link is in the comment section. If you want to contribute to the conversation, please click on the link and I'll bring you on here to share. All right. Okay, let me take this comment from Becky Culture. Becky Culture says, "It's not that they don't want to tell you. Most times, feelings cannot be described perfectly with words. The woman can only try her best, but she can't give you the real picture." Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, still reading your comments. Sarah Bolo says, "I have that phobia a bit. I guess you're talking about the phobia of being pregnant. I didn't want my body to change, and you sound shallow and dense when you say all of this." Exactly. Sis, oh my God, bless you. Oh, she's even coming on here to speak. Let's hear from her. Let's hear from her. Hello, hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
You're welcome. I can hear you. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well, and you, Glory?
Doing great, doing great. I just read your comment, and you see that last part where you said when you express how you are scared of your body changing and things just happening, people say you sound shallow and dense. Please take it off from there because that makes so much sense, and I have personally heard that a lot.
Yes, like I don't know. I personally and I think I've grown to love my body just the way it is right now.
Mm,
It's taken already my all of my I'm 32, turning 33 in December. So it's taken all of my 20s to really be comfortable in my body. And now like pretty much like you, my friends are starting to have babies and they're all starting, their journey. And I'm still single, no boyfriend, no children. So I always think to myself, am I that vapid? Um, and people also tell me like, girl, you'll be fine. Like those are just life changes. It is what it is type of thing. And I'm like, no, I like the clothes that I already have. I don't want to buy new clothes. I don't want to change myself in that extreme and then have to then work it back and all that. Eventually, I do want to have children, but like thinking about that process just gives me anxiety just by itself, really. And another
mm,
point, I just wanted to, that first one where you were talking about people who have had children. This is very important. Like, they won't tell you the truth. I had an encounter with a lady in the beginning of the year. I just met her. And, we're all talking, it was at a friend's birthday, and we're all talking. And, I'm 32. The conversation comes up, why don't you have children? Da, 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 da. And in a way, she was trying to convince herself that her decision making has been correct this whole time because she had children at a young age. She had them like 16, 17, 18, whatever. And now she's in her 40s and they like now I'm guessing I don't know how they are because I just met her. But
Mm.
she's on some, yeah, no, I can live my life now. I'm 40, my children are all grown, I'm able to move around as much. You can't do that. You still have to, and I'm like, in my head, I'm like, between both of our journeys, I will still choose my journey, unfortunately. I will still go to school and I will like learn to be self-sufficient, learn like life in that way, then have to give my children to my mom for me to go to school or to work, and then, doing things the other way around. So, it's true. People, will impose their ideologies on you,
Mm-hmm.
um, just because of their own life choices more than anything else. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's how
Mm-hmm.
I. Mm.
Absolutely. And there's this point you made, which is very, very key that I feel a lot of people actually miss out on a lot. You know, your life's path that leads to your journey, it's totally different from someone else's one. I mean, not to shame this person you just mentioned, right? Got pregnant at the age of 16. To be very honest, in society, that's like a stigma. It could have been a mistake that happened, and she learned to live with that mistake, right? And the good thing is, she probably had people who assisted her along the way. But for somebody else who would get pregnant at that same age, it's a disaster because thereon their life's trauma, their life's disaster begins because they
Yeah.
probably do not have anybody to assist at all. So it's a long lifetime of suffering for them and their baby. So I totally agree with you. But then the issue I have with people that think that way is because it's worked out for them, they feel like that is how it's supposed to be for everybody else. But then they
Yeah.
forget that everybody's life is different.
Exactly. And I mean, I don't know, but I think in just this is me speaking again. I didn't know this lady in real depth, but as a Black South African woman, when you're 16, you're more likely, it was more likely a mistake. You more likely didn't expect it to happen than to actually want children at 16. I've never met of a person wanting children at 16 personally as a
Mm-hmm,
woman. So like that's the thing that I'm saying is like you're right, there's two extremes where we can go about it, but more
mm-hmm,
likely you experienced hardships that you're not talking about, that you choose to ignore, or yeah, through your own trauma you just don't want to speak about it because
mm-hmm,
no one really wants to talk about the bad things in their lives. It's
mm-hmm,
okay, but don't lie also. Don't be like, or
mm-hmm.
conceal the truth or try to make me feel like crap for the decisions that I make. That's my thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly. Thank you
Anyway,
so much. Thank you so
it's a
much
pleasure.
for sharing that. All right. Thank you so
Have a good
much.
one. Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, if you want to join the conversation, click the link in the comment section. I want to take this comment from Albert. Albert says, there is absolutely no definite blueprint in life, which is true. Nothing wrong not to have a child, true. Nothing so right in having children, true. Individuals should walk through life with conviction and caution. I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. You see, as I mentioned before, everybody's path is quite different, right? But then the way people would constantly try to pressurize every single person in their 30s to have kids. It's like if everybody else in their, that's been in their 30s and already has children, it's like they are the ones that have won. Then you people, let's say us, because I'm inclusive, us that are yet to have kids in our 30s, it's like we are the losers. It's like we're the losers. It's like we're the ones that do not even have any purpose in life. And there's this other angle that I didn't even mention, right? For those of us that are still single in our 30s, no kids yet, there's that category of people that look at us like we don't have any purpose in life. We don't have any mission in this life. They look at us like we are roaming around this world, this earth, aimlessly, like we don't have a sense of direction, that we don't have anywhere we are going. And I'm sorry to say, but most of the time, this perception, this ugly perception that is most of the time spoken out, usually comes from those ones that are already married and already have kids. It's like there's a competition, it's like there's this thick line drawn between us, right? The ones that are maybe in their 20s or 30s that are married and they have a baby or two or more. And then there's us that we don't have those things that they have. And then they look at us with so much disdain and so much disgust. And it's like, look at them, shameless people, aimlessly moving around, roaming around the earth like you don't have a life's purpose or goal. And I find it really funny most of the time. Anyways, let me speak to Becky. Becky, you are welcome. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Thank you for having me. Frankly speaking, with Glory, I love your channel. I love your content. I've been
Thank you
following you for
so
a
much.
long time, but this is my first time on your live session.
Nice.
So well done.
Thank you.
I
You're
love the
welcome.
topic you're talking about. And I think you caught my interest when you talked about women not wanting to share their experience with singles on how it feels to actually have a child. And
Mm-hmm.
you read my comments already when I said sometimes feelings cannot be explained properly with words. Okay,
Yeah.
so sometimes you really cannot make
Yeah.
someone understand. And besides, every lady's experience is different. I might tell you what my experience is, and you might experience yours, and it's going to be quite different. I have two beautiful
Mm,
daughters, and the first experience I had was quite different from the second experience. And I'm talking about me,
mm,
the same person, having two different experiences with pregnancy. So there is no way I can
mm,
actually explain to someone and make the person understand what it feels like
mm,
to be pregnant and have children. And then when it comes
mm,
to letting people know if we are genuine, like if a woman is genuinely happy having children, I feel like, yeah,
mm,
mothers are genuinely happy. A lot of mothers, let me put, okay, not all, but a lot of mothers are genuinely happy having children. And I just feel like it's being humans, right? We are in a stage in this world where everybody is happy with their life, right? If I was single at this age, I'm 35. If I was single without children, I would most
mm,
probably sound as confident as you sound. I would
mm,
swear to anyone that I am happy. I am happy not
mm,
having children. I do not wish my life being any other way. I don't know if you get what I'm
mm.
saying.
Yeah.
So I would swear that I am completely happy. I don't want to have children and all of that. But here I am with two children, and I can tell you that I cannot imagine my life without them. I don't I don't want to imagine my life without them. I am genuinely happy having them, and I don't want to imagine life any other way. So I feel like it's just about being happy with who you are. That's just
Mm,
it. Just be happy
mm,
regardless. If it's your choice not to have children, or if you don't have children because of what life has thrown at you, then just be happy.
mm,
Single, married, engaged. Like I got married and it took me 4 years to have my first child. And even for that 4 years, I had to learn to be happy. Even though I knew I wanted to have children, but I still had to be happy with myself that, okay, you don't have a child now, but you're going to have one. And now
mm,
I still have to be intentionally happy, because being a mother comes with its own challenges, but I am genuinely happy, having children. So at
mm.
every point in life, at every stage, we just have to be happy. That's just what I think. That's what I think. I don't
Yeah.
I don't know.
Now, No, you know what? Here, I really appreciate the way you explained it from your perspective, and it sounds really refreshing. I'm not gonna lie, even more interesting that we're at the same age but two different paths, and you see
Yes.
how life is. There is you
Mm,
on this side, there is me on this other side. Now, on the first part of women not wanting to talk about their experience, I'll tell you what scarred me for life. Yeah,
okay. Okay.
this is what scarred my perception about childbearing. I was in my early 20s, I think maybe 2021, and my eldest sister went into labor with her second child. She was in our house with us. My parents were not around, but my mom had given instructions for the midwife where we had to take her to because my mom went to
Okay.
work. Yeah. So labor started, and my sister and I were able to take her to the midwife's house, which was like the next street after ours. So they took her into the bedroom. The woman is a professional midwife. Everybody we knew growing up, she was the one that helped to deliver everybody's child. She's experienced.
Okay.
My sister is quite older than me. She is 7 years older than me. So we went into the room, and I was scared. I was panicking because that's my eldest sister, right? And I wanted to go into the room with them. But then the midwife said, no, I should stay outside and my sister should come in. I said, no, but I want to see what's happening. And when me at the age of 20, I was very naive. I mean, it's something I've
Yeah.
shared a lot on this channel that I am a late bloomer mentally and whatnot. So I was clamoring to get in, but you must say, no, 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 that children are not allowed. She literally tagged me a child that I should not come in. And so I heard my sister screaming and da 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 da, and then she finally delivered. And when my older sister came out, when you have seen a ghost, that was how she looked. Yeah, she did not have to say anything, but she's caramel toned in complexion. I'm really dark.
Okay.
She is in between dark and light. So she was looking white. She looked like
Wow.
she had seen a ghost. I don't know what she saw in that labor room, but me looking at her when she came out, I knew whatever my elder sister went through in there, I don't want to go through it. Do you understand?
I
Yeah.
get
So
it.
exactly. So she came out with this look of horror, like what? And this my sister I'm talking about it today. She has 4 children. Oh, that one, she said she wants to have five. I'm just laughing at her. I say, wait, this economy is waiting for you. She has four now. I don't know if she's going to complete it to be five. I don't know. But me personally, that was what I took away from that experience, and my mind has held on to it ever since. So when I have the opportunity of speaking to people that are comfortable enough to have that conversation with me, which is not really many. And I asked them, what happened in that labor? How did it feel? What went on? I want to know. What they keep on telling you is, don't worry, when you get pregnant, you'll find out. And that thing pisses me off. Yeah, but that one is for that one, right? And that is
Okay.
why I feel like, nah, you can never have an honest conversation with women who have gone through the labor room. And I understand what you're saying. For each child comes a different experience, right? But I
Yes.
am
Yes.
also a strong believer of when you see somebody that has not gone through the path that you have already gone through several times, I believe you should be a bit given,
Yes.
in your words of encouragement, because for you now, it's a beautiful thing, right? And
Yes.
if you are going to speak to someone about it, you either want to encourage them to do it as well, or you don't. So it's either you tell me, you know what, it's painful, it's this, don't do it. Or you tell me, listen, I went through XYZ, it was excruciating, but now I am happy. And I could get it. You understand? Now,
Can I
that
come
is
in?
on, yeah, come in.
Okay. So everything you said is true, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start from here. After having my first child, of which first child you
Mm-hmm.
really don't know what to expect, right? But I had
Mm.
her, went through everything. It wasn't easy. When I was pregnant for my second child, to tell you how it really feels, right? I was scared I was going to die. Like I was literally scared I was going to die.
Okay.
The day I went to the hospital, because I
Yeah.
opted for elective CS, so I didn't wait for labor. So I just went to the hospital. I was hugging my first daughter. I was looking at her. I couldn't say what I had in my mind. But honestly, I was hugging her because I felt like, what if this is the last time I'm going to see her? Because she came with my husband and they were going to go back home and come back the next day. And in my mind, like, what if I go into the theater and I don't come back alive? So I'm not going to
Mm.
deny the fact that the experience inside that delivery room is something else. I don't know why God made it that way. It is something else. You have to be prepared for it. But at the same time, I'm not going to put that fear in people, right? Because I've also seen women who say they found it easy. And that's why, no matter how you find it easy or difficult, somehow, I know this might sound cliche, but somehow it's all worth it at the end of the day. Yes,
Isn't
easy
that
or
lovely?
difficult. It
I've
sounds
heard this story many
cliche.
times.
Yes, it sounds cliche, but it's all worth it because I cannot say that I regret having my children. There is like they are the best things in my life right now. So there is no way I would regret the experience, even though it was tough. But it's worth it. And what I'm just going to say about being child free, I have some friends who are child free, and I've had this conversation a couple of times with them, right? If you know that
Mm.
that's genuinely your choice, right? Then it's fine. If you know you are genuinely happy. Most times when I have this conversation with people, there is something that I see in between, like the unspoken words. There are some of them that I can see that that's what they genuinely want. While there are some, I perceive that they are just saying it because they really didn't find that, like they wanted to, but the opportunity or life is not giving them the opportunity to have a child. So they are forcing themselves to accept that this is what they want. You have to be able to separate what you want from what life is offering you, right? For
Mm-hmm.
instance, let me use myself as an example. Let me say, okay, I got married. I waited for 4 years. I didn't have a child. Now, let's assume that up till this point, I still didn't have a child. Eh?
Yes.
Am I going to be lying to myself that I don't want a child? Or am I going to accept the fact that I wanted a child, but it's not happening for me? There's a big difference. So most times when I
Mm.
see ladies who say, I don't have children, I'm okay. There are two categories of those ladies. I see the ones who genuinely don't want to have children, while there are some that I perceive that they want to, but probably because they are not married and they don't want to opt for the other options, or they cannot afford the other options, and that is why they are now saying they don't want to have children. So I feel like they should stop, like they need to stop living in self-denial. Be truthful to yourself. Do I actually want this, or I don't want it?
Yeah.
So I
And you
I
see,
hope
you're
you get what I'm
so right.
saying.
I totally get you. And Becky, you see, I'm enjoying this conversation with you because you're making so much sense and you're so right. You really gave a very good distinction there. The women who genuinely want to have kids, but life has not really given them the resources to
Yes,
make that happen and to also cater to those kids. Let's not forget that part. Cater to
yes,
those kids
yes,
because I mean,
yes.
you are a living example. You know what it means to cater for young humans of
Oh
your
my
own.
God.
It's a lot. No, I
Yes,
I mean, I'm glad we are having this conversation. It's a lot, right? And then there are
yes,
people who genuinely do not want to have. So here is my thing now. In between, I'm standing in between, right? Personally, it's not like I don't want. I want. But do I want to now bring kids into this world so that they will manage? You see, that's a problem. And that falls under the category of not bringing in other humans into your imbalanced life. I mean, if you look around you, there was something you mentioned before that, oh, people should be happy with their life. To be very honest, it's not everybody that is happy with their life. There are people that hate their life so much. Why? Because it's either they are unhealthy or they are mentally unstable or financially they are struggling. And then if they now have children, it's now like a burden because they are struggling to fend for their kids. So they now start living in self loathing because they are trying so hard, but it's like their best is not good enough to elevate their lives or the lives of their children. There's that part.
Mm,
And there's the other
mm.
part of me now that I'm single, right? But I am also trying to build some sort of balance in my life. But then the people that keep on giving this pressure, these strangers, they don't care. For them, you are in your 30s, just have a child.
Let's
You
just
see?
forget about
So
those people that are
sometimes,
giving pressure, eh? I feel like every
hmm,
lady should just get to a point where they don't bother about all those people, like those people we are talking, like we know the people we are talking about, right? Even though they don't have a name, but whoever they are in your life, it
yes,
could be your church members, your neighbors, whoever they are,
yeah,
right? And they just keep throwing those pressures at you. Look, I've learned not to bother about them. During the 4 years, my
mm-hmm,
first 4 years in marriage, I met a lot of them. And right now, when I remember those times I allowed what they say get to me, I cringe. I cringe at the kind of low self-esteem that I had then. I felt like I should have just ignored them, like they didn't even exist. You understand? So
mm,
those people would always exist, right? People who just come and give their unsolicited advice, and they say
mm-hmm,
stuffs to make you feel like your life is not okay because you don't have this or that. That's
mm,
completely not true. That is
yeah,
completely not true. I feel like everybody can just be genuinely happy at every
mm,
stage of life that they are. And I'm happy with the way women are going. Okay, nowadays you see women, okay, they've gotten to a point and they know I genuinely want to have a child and I'm not married, but I can make it happen for myself. I would get a surrogate or I'm going to go through IVF. I feel like that's amazing. It's a good thing because it is what you want at the end of the day. I'm a strong advocate of do what makes you happy. Do what
mm-hmm,
makes you happy. So you see those people there. Let's forget. Let's just not bother about them because they would always be there.
yeah,
That's one thing. Me
yeah,
personally, I met them a lot in my church when during the first 4 years while I was trying to conceive, when I didn't have a child. I met them a lot in my neighborhood, but mostly in church. They were there, always trying to throw words and just say things that does not really matter. But nowadays, I just feel when I think about it now, I just feel like I shouldn't have paid attention to what they were saying.
mm, mm, absolutely. Ah, I can just imagine how in those 4 years, even though you were married, they were still treating you like you're not even
I'm
married, you're nothing.
oh, oh my goodness, I'm telling you, like there were times when
Whoa.
people would come to church for child dedication, and I'm genuinely happy for this person. Allow me to celebrate with this person, and you see them coming and touching my tummy and saying, "Don't worry, don't worry, your
Ah,
own will come." And I'm like, can you just allow me be happy? Like, did I tell you that I'm being happy with this person because I am hoping that I would have a child? Like, can you just leave me alone? And
wow.
seriously, I feel bad I allowed it get to me because there were times I really allowed those things get to me. And if I'm to advise anybody right now, whatever it is you're waiting for a child, for marriage, or if you have decided to be child free, just be happy. Just be happy. As long as you're happy, every other person will adjust.
Happy. Thank you so much, Becky.
Thank
Such a wonderful
you.
conversation with you. And I'm
Thank
so happy
you.
for you too.
How do I go
Thank
out?
you.
Can you please take me out? This is my first time on the live. Oh.
Don't worry, I'll take you out.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you.
so much. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Such a beautiful conversation with Becky there. Thank you so much, Becky. Okay, let's speak with Jessica. Hi, you're welcome.
Hi, thank
Hi, Jessica.
you.
You're welcome. How are
Yeah,
you?
I'm fine. How are you doing too?
Doing good. Doing good. Yes.
Yes.
So, where do you want to speak from? Single in your 30s or single and child free?
So I'm married and I'm in my 30s, late 30s.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I normally, with the topic you are talking about, when I was single and when I was married, I do listen to what people say. And sometimes I laugh in my head
Mm,
because um married people make it look, or some married people, should I say, make it look as if it's somewhat a prestige when you get married. That's what I'll say. And I
Mm,
vehemently don't agree with that,
mm,
because if people would be honest with you, no stage in life is easy or simple or as glamorous as they make it look. No
true,
stage in life. There are
true.
consequences or advantages and disadvantages to every stage in your life. There are challenges. There are things you are going to go through. So no path is rosy. So when other married people look
True.
at you or look at the single ones and make them look and make it seem as if something is not right in their life, I believe it's not a right way to look at it. Because, and
True.
sometimes I tell myself that there are certain things I would have done differently if I wasn't married. There are certain things I would
Mm,
have done differently, and then there was a perspective or a way I would have looked at life before I got married. Because at the end of the day, we are all not going to get married at a certain stage in our lives. Some of us may get married in our 40s, some of us
mm-hmm,
50s. So and marriage has nothing to do with happiness when I look at
mm,
it. If you are not happy with yourself, if you are not
mm,
confident, if you don't know who you are, if you don't build
mm,
yourself as an individual, marriage is going to be hell for you. Because
mm,
trust me, the person coming into your life is not bringing happiness.
mm.
Let's look at it this way. You've stayed with your siblings ever since you were born. Do you always agree on matters? No. What makes you think that when you get married, your problems are solved, or when you have kids, your problems are solved? I don't. It's a wrong perspective to look at it. Sometimes being single is teaching you a lot about yourself and what you should work on before you get married. And the goal is not even marriage, honestly. Some people are
Mm,
even going to have partners they'll never get married to, but they'll be happier than being married to single people. Sorry, they are even going to be happier than being married. Some
mm,
people, yes. So when people make it look glamorous, it's quite funny to me. So I got married in my early 30s. Let's say I
mm,
got married at the age of 32, and I'm 39 at the
mm,
moment. So before I got married, I was blessed enough to have an elderly sister who kept ringing in my
mm,
head that it is not, you don't always just be planning your life to get married, because when you
mm,
get married and when you give birth, especially as a woman, you are going to put a lot of things on hold for a very long time, and that alone can have an
mm,
effect on your confidence as a person. So if I were you and I was single at this time, this is when I'll start building myself up, building my accounts, building my life, my career. Because when you get married and when you give birth, a lot of things are going to be on hold. And the thing is that you are never prepared. You will never be prepared. You never. So my sister kept ringing that in my head, that it's not a sin to be single in your 30s. So I should just live my life. I should be happy. So I guess the people around me were the reason why, even when people mentioned being married at a certain age, it didn't really affect me, because I had that confidence that one day I'll end up with somebody I really wanted to end up with. So I should just
mm.
be happy. I should discover myself, try a lot of things, and forget
Yeah.
about. And sometimes marriage even comes when you are not looking.
True.
Comes when you are not looking. So I just think that it's a societal thing. It's something we have been nurtured to. It's a way we have been nurtured to think, which we need to work on, and it's not going to stop. So we need
Mm-hmm.
to constantly remind ourselves that I have to make myself happy. I have to build myself up, because a lot of married people don't tell us the truth. They don't tell us the truth. There are
True.
challenges. Even though there's happiness, there are challenges as well. So it's not as rosy as we think it is. I mean, life will do you. No matter how rich or poor you are, life will do you, because I don't think anybody wants to leave their kids to nature while they are working hard somewhere. We have seen a lot of
Mm,
examples where it didn't end well for other people. So no matter how rich or poor you are, there are sacrifices you make. And are you ready for
mm,
that sacrifice? Are you psychologically ready and all that? We don't ask ourselves those questions. We just want to enter the marriage. We just want to jump in. Sometimes our parents will even be pushing us, which I think, so for me, as I have two girls at the moment, I don't think there'll be a time where I want to push them into marriages because they are growing old. You will enter and you ask yourself, so what will happen if I just took my time? Because there are actually people married at the age of 40 who don't have kids, but they are happy. And they don't even know
mhm,
how happy they themselves, they don't even know how happy they are, because they are not content, because they see other people with kids and they think that, oh, just because I want kids, it would have made my marriage happier. No, I mean, life is just, we just have to try and be content and constantly remind ourselves that it's okay to be single. It's actually okay to be single. While I'm single, let me let me try a whole lot of things. The more I try, the more I discover myself, the more I know
mm,
myself. Sometimes dating people teaches you more about yourself than even the other person, because there are people you can date who bring out the animal in you. The others who will bring out a certain
mhm,
temperament in you that you wouldn't know you had. So I believe that
mhm,
if I ask whoever they are in their 30s, as they are single, they need to constantly remind themselves, don't let anyone push you into marriage
mhm,
when you are not ready. And when the feeling is right, you will know. When the feeling is not right, you will also know. Yes, so that's my two
mm.
cents.
Thank you so much, Jessica. I mean, this was so honest. Thank you so much. I really
Yeah,
appreciate all you said. I really appreciate it. Thank you so
thank you.
much. Thank you.
And
Thank you so much.
looking
Yeah.
forward to your BB Niger reviews.
Yeah. From next week. Next week,
Okay.
Saturday, we'll be on. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
All
Yes.
right. Okay.
Yes.
Bye.
You see, yeah, everything Jessica just said just reminded me of a couple back then in my university. Two, a husband and a wife, both of them professors. They had, I don't know if they are still around now, but back then, they had been married for so long. Both of them, they are doctors, they are professors. They both work in the same department in my school as at then. They they are all this laboratory research. I can't remember the department that they were in, but they were doing some serious scientific research and whatnot, whatnot. The story about those two people, as told to me by my guardians back then in church, church school, was that when they got married, they realized that they have this dream of doing great things in their career. So they had an agreement not to have kids, but they had money. So what they decided to do was all the money they had, they will give it to charity. They will adopt as many students that needed help in school, right? So, and of course, back then, there are so many students in school that cannot afford to pay school fees, cannot afford to buy textbooks and whatnot, whatnot. So they were that go-to couple that a lot of students used to go to seek help in any monetary form, and they were always ready to give. For them, they would rather adopt, not like legally adopt in the sense that their doors are always open, right? So if you need help, come, they will help you. So they would rather be a parent to as many young people out there than to focus all their energy on their own one or two kids. So for them, they would rather be free of that direct responsibility of catering to their own children, and focusing all that energy on all their research programs that they were doing. And till I graduated from university, till I left that state, that was what they were doing. And these two people I'm talking about, they were in their old age. As at the time, they were in their 50s, 60s, if I'm not wrong, and they looked good. They looked healthy and they were happy. This was a conscious decision they made that they did not want to have their own kids. So there are people like that. Anyways, let's speak with Empress She. Guys, if you want to join the conversation, click the link in the comment section. She, you're welcome.
Hello, good
Hello.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're
Can you hear
welcome.
me,
How
ma'am?
are you?
Okay, it's like network is bad at my end, but I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. You're welcome.
Okay. Um, this is my first time calling you, even though I've been a follower for I think 3 or 4 years now. So it's a
Wow.
pleasure to finally speak with you,
You're
Glory
welcome.
Elijah.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, I
Thank you.
actually listened to your video early this morning while I was in my chores. And while I was listening to it, I just felt this urge to come and hug you and just tell you that everything is gonna work out the way you want. And
Thank you.
when I saw that you were alive, I said, no, I have to join you on this conversation. Though
Yeah.
I'm
Thank
married
you.
and I have 2 kids, but I have a sister who is presently in her 30s and not yet married. And I just usually, that urge to always ask her that how far has always been
Hmm.
there, but I just can't. The only thing I would just encourage her to do is, um, are you going out? When did you go out? And she's someone that even doesn't like going out. She just likes staying indoors. So I'll just try to encourage her, okay, go here. Oh, there's this new place, try and go there.
Wow.
Indirectly, saying what I want to say, but not saying it. Just to encourage
Yeah.
her to go
So,
out there because she's our last born and she does not even have people around her. But I know how putting someone under pressure, when are you getting married? When are you giving birth?
yes.
I know how it feels. For me,
Yes.
as a person, I was somebody that didn't give into pressure. I don't even see anything. I didn't even see things like that as pressure. I am someone that I'm not easily faced by what people say. I'm someone that I
Yeah.
know what I want. I know when I want it, even when it's not happening the time. I know that it's going to happen. In fact, when I
Yeah.
got married, I and my husband we gave ourselves a period of time where we were going to wait before we start having
Mm,
children because we've not yet figured our finances well. It's not like we were not working, we were working,
mm,
but we knew that what we had at that time could not cater for an extra amount.
mm,
So even though there was pressure from his side of the family because he's the only child,
mm.
I we still did not we were not even answering them. We would just smile and just say, keep praying. God will answer your prayers. That's kind of answers we give to them. But when we were ready, we did what we wanted to do. In fact, they were not even involved in anything. It was when the
Mm,
baby came out, we called and said,
mm.
your grandchild is here. We did everything. Like they were just surprised. How did you people do it? How did this? That's how it happened. We started our family based on like without having external influence in it because we know what
Mm.
pressure from people can do to one. So,
Yes.
but one thing I noticed about us, especially when we got pregnant, even though we had this mindset that what we had will not be enough for a child, getting pregnant now made that mindset more real to us that no, we have to multiply our income.
Mm,
It made it real. I don't know how to explain it. Like it gave us a push to
mm,
look for something extra. I was working
Mm.
in a bank as at that time, but the stress of banking job um would not make me have time for my child when my child comes. So we started looking for what can we do online that will generate maybe as much as what I'm earning in the bank or more than, and will make me have time for the children. And it
Mm.
just came as like I don't want to say a miracle, but it just came in. Someone just called us and said he needed somebody to assist him in writing an article, and that's what we just do for fun because I and my
Mm.
husband we write. And we just
Mm.
did it for fun. And the person said, this is so nice. I'm going to send somebody else to meet you. I'm going to connect somebody else to you. And that's how we started writing essays for people. And we started
Wow.
collecting money. And we're like, why have we been suffering ourselves all this while? That's how I left the banking job. And we started writing. And we're not just even paid in Naira, we're even paid in foreign currency. That is how,
Wow.
because we that bring that child, bringing having a child at that moment, it made our eyes open that we need to look for more opportunities because what we're earning down will not be enough. So
Mm.
while I was listening to your video this morning and I remember that incident, I was like, I know you say you want, you are not ready right now because you feel you are not financially ready. But I believe
Mm.
that when you are ready, you will see that what you think it's when you what you have, there's no how you will find a way to multiply it. It will it you there's that push will be there that you want to multiply it. And in fact, when you multiply it, it will be very, very it will be with ease. It
Mm.
will not come with stress. It won't come with stress at all. It won't
Mm.
come with stress. It's not under pressure, but I just feel that when a baby is involved, unless the person is lazy or the person is does not just give a damn. But
Mm.
as long as you are conscious of that child, like you want to care for that child, and that child, you will do everything to cater for that
Mm.
child, that thing will come. And you will see that thing that you might overlook and say that, oh, this is just little. You'll be surprised that that is what will increase your income. I'm just sharing this past based on my personal experience, and I
Mm.
don't know who it can touch out there that is still thinking of whether they are ready to have a child because of financing. I'm just advising that just look around you. That little thing or that simple thing that you think that you don't know that will generate money can be the one that will increase your finances. That's what I just want to share
Mm.
this afternoon. And see, the truth is that in terms of raising a child, nobody can be ready, even whether mentally or physically, you can't be ready. Funny enough, the child we now give birth to, we now notice that he special needs, and we were not prepared for that.
His what?
He has his special needs.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So
wow.
yes, so that one you can't even prepare for that. No amount of money can prepare you for that.
Mm.
Though it's not that high, it's mild. So
Mm.
he's going into therapy. He has level 1 autism. So he's into therapy, we are learning to manage the symptoms. But what I'm trying to say is that no amount of money can prepare one for that, because you can't even
Mm.
see it when they are growing. So
Yeah.
parenthood itself, it's more than money. It's the mental, the stress, like the emotional stress that will come with it. I think it should be the number one factor that we should look out for before
Mm.
thinking of finances. But yes, if finances is the problem, you can look around you and you will see something that will help boost your
Mm.
your income.
Mm.
Thank you, ma.
Wow. Thank you so much. This is just very beautiful to listen to. And I'm praying that God gives you and your partner everything you need to take care of your baby, because I can imagine that's a lot of responsibility to take up. But really, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's speak with Fortune, guys. I see your comments. Thank you so much for your comments. If you want to join the conversation, please click the link in the comment section. All right. Okay. Fortune, sis,
Hey, hey, how are you? Hi, everyone.
I'm good. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you so much. Thanks for this conversation.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah. Oh, I actually
Okay.
just wanted to make a small comment about the person that just, finished. I didn't catch your name. I just saw E on the screen, but I
Empress.
like the comment.
Empress.
Yeah, Empress.
Yes.
Yes, I like the comment she made on, finances being a factor to consider when people want to have children. I think
Hmm.
she's right in a way, in the sense that if your purpose, how do I put this? If you want the best for your child, you will probably find ways to improve your financial position so that you can take care
Yes.
of this person, because it's now tagged to the purpose that you have, you know another person to feed, to clothe,
Hmm.
to, because when push comes to shove, there is this, I don't think it's adrenaline, I don't know what it's called, this thing that pushes you to work harder if there is something that you're working towards, you know
Hmm.
as because I'm single, I don't have children, the effort I put on certain things like side hustles, there's a time I give up and I'm just like, why am I doing this? For what? I actually have enough, because I do take care of my parents and I help my siblings and the kids in the family and stuff, but I help to the extent of what I have, right? Because anytime I can just
Hmm.
say, guys, I don't have. But if it's your child in your house, there is no guys, I don't have, you know? So I believe
Yes.
personally, the effort that I would put if I would have a child to feed is probably different from how I do things now. Because now I just do 9 to 5. I try side hustle here and there just to increase the money. And I give up quite quickly on certain things that could actually give me more money. But it's just that drive of, I think what is there is enough. I don't know. So I think if
Hmm.
any work that we do is attached to that need to provide for a little person so that they can have a better life, I believe finances can always be improved. That's
Hmm.
my view. And I think she's right in that sense. What do you think, Laurie?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think she's actually right. But then again, you know, I think this thing is also relative to environment.
Mm-hmm.
You see, a place like Nigeria, I don't know, people who live in Nigeria, I think they will be able to understand better. A place like Nigeria, it's either you have or you don't have. The way the economy is currently, it has completely scrapped out the middle class. So it's either you're rich or you're poor. Yeah. And when we talk about rich, it's rich, rich, because everything now is just crazy, crazy expensive. Standard of living is just ridiculously high. So in terms of finances, it's not so easy on this side as to just decide that okay, you want to you want to have a baby as a single person, because if you look at it now, it's two separate things, right?
Mm-hmm.
um they say two heads are better than one. I don't know because I don't
Mm-hmm.
have a second head, right? But if a couple
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't have a second head. So if a couple decides that okay, they want to have a child, because they are two in that situation, aside family members and relatives now, they both can decide that okay, you hustle in this way, I hustle in this way, whatever we have we bring together for the sake of this child, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as a single person and you just decide to have a child, there is no legitimate partner in the picture. I feel like that's going to be more difficult in an environment like Nigeria. Now, there are a lot of single mothers out there. I don't know how they are doing it. God bless them. But for me personally, I just feel like it's going to be very, very difficult. no matter how you want to multiply your finances and how, and of course, there are so many ways you can multiply your finances. Sometimes
Mhm.
it takes a long time, and the needs of a child is not future, like it's not only futuristic, but I
Mhm.
believe that the needs of a child is on the go. Every minute, every day, a baby needs something. So that's the way I see it. I feel like where two heads are involved, sometimes it could ease off the stress. But when it's now a single female, I feel like it becomes
Mhm.
more hectic.
But how much do you think is enough? Not figures. How do we base readiness financially?
Readiness for me is, if I am able, I like planning a lot. Yeah. So if I'm going to have a child, I'm not going to live where I live anymore. It
Mhm.
means I'm going to move to a better environment. The environment I live is okay, but it's too crowded in a way. Like estate is great, but once you come out of the estate, it's like it's too crowded. I'm going to move to a high level environment, right? Now, second thing is planning for at least 2 years the upkeep of the child, diapers, food, self care for my personal self, that is inclusive. I know the standard I want for myself. So I'm not talking about your regular tiny clinic. I'm talking about a standard clinic that will cater to both myself and the baby. I cannot yet afford to be traveling abroad like our politicians for regular self check. I cannot afford it. But if I'm going to look at the the proper standard, which is, let me just use it like that, the proper standard, I need to plan for at least 2 years. I hate waking up and I'm thinking, oh, what is the child going to eat tomorrow? I want it to already be available. And you see,
Mhm.
the reason why I'm thinking this way is because I come from a place where what is supposed to be used the next day, it's a struggle. You're thinking, you're racking your brains. For me, that's too hectic. So I wouldn't
Mhm.
want to bring a child into this world where I go through the same process, where I'm racking my brains. How would this child, survive? How would this child survive? I feel like it's unfair to pass
Mhm.
on such stress to another human that
Mhm.
I call my own, like personally my own. So things need to be put in place. And also
Mhm.
multiplying finances. I am not the type that would want to multiply finances when the baby is already here. I want the
Mhm.
finances to be already multiplied. So when the baby arrives, the baby is very comfortable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like you said in your video earlier, it's well rounded, right? Finances is just one component of it. There is mental
Mm-hmm.
readiness. There is so much that needs to happen before a baby comes into the picture. Like I guess I've seen, like, I'm from Zim, but I also lived a little bit in SA. I think the challenge would be when people are just not prepared for the kid and they pop the child and give it to the mother. We want to avoid situations like that, right? So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but for me, just my own perspective on this, because I don't have a child, right? And I will not have a child because I decided I didn't want to have a child. And
Mm-hmm.
the choice was made by, topics that we've talked about already, where it's multiple things, but the biggest is
Yeah.
probably just having to raise kids when I was young, to the extent
Yeah.
that parenthood is a trigger for me. It's not a dream, because I
Mm-hmm.
experienced parenthood when I was a child, because there was kids in the family that, I took care of. And I guess maybe therapy could have helped at a point, right? But the decision had already been made. I felt that those kids were going to be damaged by me because of my traits, my characteristics, just who I am. I just, the way I treated that parenthood back then when I was a child raising other kids, a part of me felt like I was going to import all of that even as an adult. And I honestly thought I was going to break little people. And it's a very good and honest analysis that people need to make, because we
Mm-hmm.
have parents that know they're not ready. They actually know they are toxic, not only to themselves. You bring that
Mm-hmm.
toxicity to kids. It's
Mm-hmm.
just crazy. And after
Mm-hmm.
you've self-evaluated like that, and a lot of people say, you're too academic. Perhaps, I don't know, because there is no formulas to these things. I can only be me based on the experiences that I've gone through. And
Mm-hmm.
that analysis that I, over years, looked at myself and told myself, and people come to me and say, you lie, you must see yourself around kids. And yes, I'm probably very good around kids because of the option to give them back. I am very good because it's not 24/7 for me, you know? So I
I
get
can
people saying,
imagine.
yes, you could have made a very good mom, or this or that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not a very good, it's feedback that people should give, I guess, but I don't think it's very accurate, because seeing somebody for 2 minutes or maybe even just one day and give them back is different from having them 24
Mm-hmm.
7. And I've experienced where I've taken care of my sister's kids. Oh my goodness. I was like, if these kids stay with me, their teeth will be shining like gold, because I'm that person, so clean. And it's not just that, it's just so many things that I knew that if I was to bring all that into somebody's life, that person would most
Mm.
probably be damaged. And we established where it came from. It's mostly because of the approach when kids were left in my care at young. And I just had to become a parent at that time. So because I raised kids as a kid, I just didn't want to do it again. And it's
Mm.
unfortunate because I think I may actually have lost good relationships with people that the moment that conversation popped up, you must see me grow two extra legs running away very fast, because I just didn't want it. So was it the right decision? I don't know, because we don't know what could have been, right? But am I happy with the decision? The answer for me is a very, very strong yes. I'm really happy with my life, and I don't wish I had. I'm happy with what's there. And sometimes being a parent doesn't even have to be biological. There's so many kids in the family that I help out in the ways that I can, but just
Mm.
not one that's here waiting to be fed by me every day. And it's not a bad thing. Those people that can do it, that honestly have the fiber to put the effort to doing it, I'm happy for those people, because I'm procreation. We need people to bring other people that will be future presidents, whatever they will be in life, good people that are raised from good homes. We need that. But I strongly feel that a person that knows that when I'm a parent, the child is going to be broken, we need to stay away from things like that. That's just my perspective.
Absolutely. And you see,
Yeah.
Fortune, oh my God, we have so much in common. You see, all these conversations we're having, they are so intertwined. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking that babies will make their lives better. For some people, it works. But when you carry so much baggage in terms of trauma, the truth is, if that trauma is related to having been a child mom, like you've been a mom to your siblings, and you were the type of child that did not receive a lot of love from your parents, and you just have that baggage with you. If you have not entirely healed from that baggage, I'm sorry, a child is not going to make any difference. A child is just going to add to your irritation. But a lot of people don't see that part. There's also the other angle where people are in marriages where they are not necessarily happy, and they think that having a baby will make things better, that having a baby will make them happy. But it never really works that way in most cases, right? Now, referring back to what you said, I mean, I have done a lot of introspection, my own personal reflections, and I know what my own issue is. For me, it is finances. And I've never been shy, like I've never been shy to talk about it. And I am now of the mindset that if my finances are not settled, I have no business bringing in another human, all in the name of we will manage. I am managing. So why should I? I feel like that's going to be cruelty on my own part, bringing another human into this world, because I believe I will manage. I don't want a child that I will be scraping by for the child to feed, because that is what I personally went through. So if I'm bringing a child into this world, I want my child to have the best of everything. If I cannot afford that, that's me personally. If I have a partner that's going to maybe elevate all of that, to make everything better and rosy, all fine and good. But me personally now, being single, to come and say, oh, because no, I don't think it makes any sense at all. And also, there's also the part where I need love, I need
Mhm.
affection. So I feel like anything that takes me into a relationship now, I want to experience proper, decent, fierce love.
Mhm.
Enjoy that relationship to the fullest. I'm not going to jump into a relationship right now. And then in the next 3 months, I'm pregnant and carrying a baby. And so the love I'm supposed to experience as a human, I'm
Mhm.
trying to pack all that love on another human and another
Mhm.
adult. It's a lot. And see, these are realities. You know,
Yeah.
I I'm no really. I feel like people once people become mothers, they feel like they don't really have a right to enjoy love anymore
Mhm.
because then all the love and affection now has to go to the child. That's a huge sacrifice, in my
Mhm.
personal opinion. And I
Very
don't
true.
think it makes me selfish in any ways. I feel it just makes me very self aware of myself and my struggles. So before I'm going to bring another human into this world, I want to experience love because they say you only give what you have. So if
Yeah.
I am not properly loved and nurtured and cherished, I feel like I'm going to be struggling to give all that love to one tiny human.
Yeah, it's fair. And I think it's when you know what you want and what you can give based on what you're receiving, that's basically what you've done. You know what you need to get first, be full of that and be happy with that, then move to the next stage so that you can be able to fully be the parent you want to be to this person. It's good to know
Mhm,
what you want. And the good
mhm,
thing now is in 2025, we all know that you can have your child anytime when you're ready, when you are
mhm,
ready. Because that time when people have kids and they're not ready is when they go into that depression and they don't even want the kid anymore. You know, we need to avoid things like that. And I think what you've said is exactly that. You know what you want to get first, and hopefully you get that, because sometimes life doesn't give us what we want. But if you can fetch it and get it in the order that you want, that's exactly what you should get, you
mm.
know. Yeah, I agree with
Absolutely.
you completely. I do agree. And I'm hoping to actually hear more from other people, hopefully those with kids, you know, because this perspective, especially with the ones that have children, to understand more about their own mentality around these topics is very, very good. It's important for us to also hear how they feel about these things, you know, because
Mm.
it's not an attack on people that have kids. It's just our own perspective for those that do
Yeah,
not have.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Thank you
No, thank
so
you so
much
much
for
for
sharing.
letting me speak. You know,
Thank
it's a
you.
very deep conversation that has so many
Mm,
layers. But I think when we speak about topics like this, maybe somebody will learn something or maybe do their own reflection on their own person, you know, and find out really is this a decision they want? Because just to finish off, I've seen a trend where this child free sometimes can be seen as people don't really want to be child free, but they want to act woke, you know. They're like,
mm,
oh, child free. So it shouldn't be a trend per se. So we are justifying some of our own reasoning to this. Not that anybody needs to hear it, but perhaps there's
mm,
somebody here that has wanted to be this child free, but they don't really want to do it. I think it's important to reflect on your own so that you don't later have any regrets, because I hear that a lot. People say, oh, you will
mm,
regret this, oh, you will regret this. People are not just saying that, they are telling those people that are not being true to themselves. If you want a
mm,
child, you want. If you do not want, you do not want. Don't not want because everyone is talking about it, then regret it later.
mm,
It's important to always
mm,
analyze the intrinsic need that you have within yourself and follow that
mhm.
and be happy
Absolutely.
overall. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Thank you so much,
Fortune.
Glory.
Thank you so much, Fortune. And guys, listen, what Fortune is saying right now, it's very important. I cannot see, I did not know years ago that this is how I see myself now. It took me time to really know and understand myself. I remember when I was 17, 18, back then in church, um, I and three other girls in my youth church, we would come together in one of the rooms in church. We'll hold hands and we'll pray and we'll be telling each other that we want to get married at the age of 25. Why did we start thinking that way? It was because back then in church, when they are doing all these Sunday school preachings and stuff, some of the pastors will be telling the ladies in church that, oh, young women go to school at the age of 25, you should be married, you should be in your husband's house. At the age of 28, you should have all your children, you should be settled, you should be happy. It's like they already outlined what our life should be like already. So I and these girls, we started thinking in that light. We started thinking in that manner. And we started praying in that manner. And I was so stupidly naive. I was praying in that manner. Oh, I want to be married at 25. At the age of 28, I want to have had my kids. I did not know what I was thinking. I didn't know what I was praying for. It was what the church wanted us to think about and pray about and aspire towards. That was what we were thinking about, and that was what we were praying about. We were even doing night vigils to pray about the same things. Not until when life started lifing. First of all, JAMB hammered you, and then you finally entered university, and then the way life, I started growing more. I started learning that life is not always a one-way street. Sometimes you think you're going from point A to point B, but sometimes before you even see point B, you have to take different turns and levels and before you now get to this direction. And a lot of things happen. And then in all of that period, I never really knew what I wanted for myself. So of late, I've been having a lot of conversations with myself, and I'm seeing that, hold on a second, whose life am I living? Am I living my own life? Or am I living the life that has been planted in my head that this should be what my life looks like? So I've been literally painting my life on this gigantic invisible mirror, and I've been looking at my life from the very beginning, and I'm asking myself a lot of questions. Okay, if this had happened at this point, what would have happened? Do you like this thing that happened? I'm doing a lot of introspection. I am doing a lot of nitpicking, and I am trying to put so many things together. And now I know what I want. I know where I am, and I know where I am going. And I think that's very good to do. So, ladies and gentlemen, start checking your life. Let's speak with Catherine. Hi, you're welcome. Hi, Catherine. I can't hear you. Oh, by the way, it's David. You see that $100,000? Please send it to my account. It will work. It will work. Send $100,000 per year. I will take it. Catherine, can you hear me? I can't hear you. No, we can't hear you at all. I don't know if you can hear me. Hello. Oh my God, Catherine, I think what you should do is log out and come back in. Okay. I just removed you. So come back in again and let's see if we can hear you properly. Can you hear me? Hello. Ha. I don't know what's happening. Hey. Hello. Okay, guys, if you want to contribute to the conversation, please click the link in the comment section. Okay. Yeah, Hoodie says she can hear me, but I couldn't hear Catherine. Okay, if there's anybody that wants to contribute to the conversation, guys, just click on the link in the comment section. Let me go through your comments. Let me go through your comments. Let me see. Well, there are a lot of comments here. Okay, Catherine is back.
Can you hear me now?
Hello, Catherine.
Can you hear me now?
This is better. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Is it second or third time this happened? This is happening. I tried logging off. Joining the chats with my laptop. By some miracle, I can't speak. Anyway,
You're welcome. I'm glad you're here.
yeah, this conversation is so interesting, right? Because especially for us as women, And if you have grown up in from, I mean, is it from or in a certain background, or you grew up in a particular not so good socio-economical or economic background, there's something it does to you that we don't even realize until, like you said, you have all these plans at the back of your mind. I want to get into school, I want to get a job, I want to make sure that the things I experienced growing up, I do not go ahead to repeat the cycle. I don't want to bring in children into this. Well, first of all, I don't want to get into marriage without being financially stable. At least that was my own resolve at the time.
Mm,
So
mm,
I'm Igbo, first child, and let me tell you, all that my mom knew was just grow up, marry, and go, so that I can
mm,
face the other people. But what was happening? We were not hungry, you know.
mm,
But I felt like I felt that life could be better. I felt like things could have been different. Um, let me just leave it there. The angle I want to come from, especially hearing you talking about how you want to be financially stable, you want to have all of this and that in place. And my question, the question I kept asking was, so at what level? And then when I saw that comment where that person said $100,000, so maybe you'll be ready. Let me tell you, if you get $100,000, you start wanting $200,000. You start wanting
mhm,
$300,000, and it just never stops. Today, I
mhm,
want a Chanel bag, maybe in black or in white. The moment I get it, I want a pink one. The moment I get the pink one, I then want a Fendi. I then want, so these things, they never really end. So, in my own situation, first things first that I needed to tick off my bucket list was getting a university degree, right? Because I knew that was my way out, first of all, because there I was being pressured to get married, get married. I was 15. I had left secondary school. So, and I happened to be very tall. And it's like, come, women, we have this thing where if you keep rejecting people, nobody will marry you again. And I'm just like, I'm just
Same, right?
15. I am 15. I barely, is it because I now finished secondary school so early, or is it because I'm now tall, or what? But nobody was ready to hear me. It was just go and marry, go and marry, go and marry. Anyway, I couldn't, what's the word? Rebel. Yes, I could not rebel, but I'll just pray to God, God, please. Every time somebody is coming, I'll just be praying, God, let this thing just scatter. This thing will just scatter. God, let this thing just scatter. This thing will just scatter. Because in my head, I'm like, okay, so what am I going into this marriage with? Nothing. No education, no handiwork, no money, nothing. I'll just go there and be at the mercy of another person. And then the person will not tell me, oh, I need to have 5 children. First of all, it is my body that will suffer that. Second of all, how rich are you, safe? Eh? For us to then be able to take care of 5 children. So I was just a teenager. Imagine at 15, 16, 17, 18, even 19. These conversations kept on coming up until I went to a college of education. I did everything to make sure I got into a university because I needed to work in a bank. I needed to have a job. I needed to have money first before we will now talk about, okay, who is it on the list that we should consider. So I managed and I did all of that. And then I started working. When I started working, just like you, I needed to have a lot of money. I needed to have a lot of savings. I needed to have all these things sorted out. And so because I had time, I had finished school at 15, and then I went through this college of education that took me about 4 years before going into a university. Luckily for me, because I started out early, I was able to start a job at maybe 24, which was still okay. But then I realized at 24, You know, all those aunties, all those church people, they don't stop talking. They just, how far? So when is it? Anybody, Igbo, Yoruba, blah, blah, blah. You know, they just keep disturbing you. So what me I did was, I traveled far away. Those of you who were born and raised in Lagos, sometimes I used to pity you people because, unlike me, I was not a Lagos person. So I left my people wherever they were and I migrated to Lagos. So at least I won't be seeing all those church aunties. I won't be seeing all those people that knew me, right? So
Mm.
that was working for me until I then got this job. When I got this job now, it was not like, okay, so now I have a job. But how much is the salary? The salary is not enough. I need to be able to quickly grow in my kidney because money, and it's just that trauma of I don't want to repeat. I don't want to go in and then into a marriage and then let's say something happens and I cannot now not take care of the children I'm going to bring into this world. You know,
Mm.
part of my strategy was also to say, okay, it is one thing to just go and marry. It is another thing to marry somebody that you can reason with, somebody who can understand that marriage is a partnership. So if I say I want 2 children, the person has to understand and not want too many children as well because economic reasons, you know,
Mm-hmm.
economic reasons. It is very important. But as a form of, I don't know if I should say, I don't want to throw the word advice, but that's why I'm trying to share what I did, right?
Mm.
So I got into that job. I kept trying. I kept doing everything I could do to increase my salary because somebody had spoken earlier when she said, when you get into marriage and you realize that the reality is even the money you thought you had, it is now no longer enough. What do? You find a way to expand your income. So
Of
while
course.
me, I was single and still waiting, I was already looking for ways to expand my income. If they said this
Mm-hmm.
business was here, I was doing it. If they said this business was, so I had one account like that and I will always save money there. So one day I realized that they were paying me interest in that account. So that means if I move all my money here, I'll be getting small money. You know, I started doing that. And somehow, I stumbled on investment. So I started
Hmm.
investing money, and then I started investing money, and then I realized, oh, you could roll over your whatever. I started doing that. So maybe a little bit like you or like you. I am always like on the edge. I don't want to be broke. I want to always just have I don't know if it's trauma or I don't know what it is, but even till today, I'm always like, once they pay me salary, I'm sitting down, I'm calculating, I'm drawing, you know, everything. So while all of that is good, when it comes to having children, my question or my approach would be, what are those things that you are doing to make sure that you are never out of money? Because if you said you wanted to make sure that your finances were solid, okay, if that doesn't happen until 50 and you want children, are you going to continue to keep waiting? You know, are you going to
Mm-hmm.
continue to wait until you're 80? And then let's say you now suddenly now have this money and you're like, oh, yes, sir. And I'm not saying that, I'm not, I don't mean that literally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
You understand
Mm-hmm.
what I mean.
Yeah.
So, just like that lady said, if there's anything you are doing, carry on doing it. And also find
Mm.
ways to ensure that your money is working for you. Um, Expand your means of income because even when you now think you have that money, you know, especially if you live in Nigeria, the value of 500,000 today is not the value of 500,000 naira
True.
tomorrow or the year after and all of that. So
Mm.
at a point in my career, so at this point I had now gotten married and I had so when I got married, again, I was waiting. I said, let us first sort out, let's have this amount of savings before, because we have spent all our money getting married. You know, I don't know what this thing is. We want to
Hmm.
have everything figured out, but sometimes it doesn't really work like that. Like I said, just make sure that you have something doing, you're diversifying your sources of income. So that way, that for me is a strategy. Rather than saying I want to stack up, I don't, try and understand. I'm not trying to say what I'm saying, I don't mean them literally speaking, but I'm just trying
Mm-hmm.
to say, figure out a way where money is never going to be an issue for you. Because
Yeah.
even if you married this billionaire, right? Me,
Mm.
I still keep saying, what if something happens? What if the marriage packs
Mm-hmm.
up? I want to have the number of children that only me can look after. Even if I cannot look after them, I can then maybe ship them off to my mom. But I will still be able to give them the life, even though they are with my mom. Imagine having 4 children and then something happens and then you ship 4 children to an old woman. Where will she start? She too will not have the energy for all of that. Neither would I.
True.
So you have one, you have two. So I've mentioned 2 things. Finances,
Mm.
make sure your money is working for you, and then do not have too many children. So that's
True.
another way for somebody who is always on the edge like you. So
Mm.
1 or 2, and you have to make up your mind. If you are the type that like
Mm.
boys, it should not matter as long as you shall have children. You know, make up your mind. And if you know how to go about it in a way that you can do gender selection, that is also fine. There's information at our disposal these days,
Mm.
so we can literally have anything we want. Um,
Mm.
what was that other thing I wanted to say? Uh, Yeah. So let me just stop and then maybe hear your feedback and then I can continue.
Now, no, you know what? For real, I was just enjoying everything you were saying because it makes so much sense. But you using the word being on edge, that completely
Yeah.
describes how I am most
Mm,
of the time. And it's a thing of if fire has burnt your hands before, you be dreadful of fire. And that is why I'm on edge. I
yeah.
know what it feels like to lack something and to be looking for that thing and not finding it. And then when you finally find it, you are always on edge to keep it. That is how finances is most of the time, especially when you are single. When you're not single, if you are lucky to have someone that supports you in a way, you feel like half the burden of your finances could be taken care of if it happens that way. But other times, if you are doing everything by yourself, you always find yourself in a situation where you don't ever want to lack anything, so you always want to keep going. And I totally agree with you. You see that question you asked about how long do you have to wait? Are you going to wait till 50 for your finances to be settled? I don't think it's necessarily that. So there's this story of this couple I saw on Reddit.
Okay.
Reddit has a lot of interesting stories from real life humans. So this couple, when they started dating, they started they opened an account, and this is not just regular dating. They started courting for marriage. They met each other, they liked each other, and they decided that, okay, we're going to court for marriage. So what they started doing was, of course, the guy had more money than the girl, right? So what the girl advised was that they should open an account where they will be saving money for the 2 kids they will have. They already
Mm,
made up their mind that they were having 2 kids. So they decided that was what they were going to do. So in the 2 years that they had that courtship, they already opened an account. I don't know at what point they opened the account, but I'm just reading their story out. So they opened their account, and every week or month, they were putting a particular amount of money. Now, it was a thing of agreement,
mm,
um, both of them, they were signatories to the account and all that. So they were keeping this money, they were saving this money up until they got married. Obviously, they did not get pregnant immediately. They had at least 2 more years to themselves to enjoy the marriage and then think of all the eventualities. Okay, um, when we have a baby, things will definitely shift in a way, right?
Mhm.
The mother will have to spend more time with the baby. The husband, of course, will be working, wife too will be working, but obviously she has to take some time off. They had all these conversations, which were very healthy, and by the time the baby arrived, according to this couple, the money they had in that account was enough. These people, they are abroad, so the value of dollar is higher than naira, of course. So by the time they had the baby, the money they had in that account, it was money that if they wanted to send this child to school till the child was 5 years old, that money was there. And luckily for them, they did not go broke, after they got married. So they were still making money. Their finances was still very good, right? And the good thing again was that account had accumulated interest as well. So they had money. So why am I sharing this story? It all boils down to the planning that they did. They knew what they wanted. They had a goal, right? So I don't think, and I think it was Fortune that asked me that question, and I answered her that I'm not the kind of person that would want to have a child, and when the child arrives, that's when I now start looking for how to
Yeah.
multiply my
Okay.
finances. For me, it's like what they call, is it medicine after death or something?
Yeah.
You know, you want the finances to have been multiplied first. So when the child arrives, it's easy. It might not be entirely easy, but you know that in terms of finances, you've been
Mm.
able to create some sort of ease.
Mm.
So, why am I sharing all of this? Is to respond to the example you gave of, is it when the person is up to 50? And I'm saying no. All this being on edge, working on
Mm.
finances, there's a
Mm.
planning process involved, you know. And for me, it doesn't need to be the world at my feet. I know I'll keep on emphasizing on where I'm coming from. There's
Yeah.
a place I'm coming from, and there was a particular standard that I experienced. I would not want my offspring to experience that standard because it was too low, you know. So if I'm going to bring a child into this world, it is my responsibility to give that child way above the standard that I was born into. Don't know if you get me. And I'm
Yeah. That
speaking
makes.
against that manage mentality because that manage mentality is what I have known for a long time. So I wouldn't want my child to carry on with that manage mentality. You see, that
Sorry.
manage mentality is a
Sorry.
trap.
Sorry to cut you, Glory. You see,
Yeah.
people who think like this, people like us who think like this, unfortunately, we don't stop managing, and it is managing in quotes, but it is the fear of I don't ever want to go back to where I'm coming
Mm,
from. So when I use the word manage, I use it very carefully. What I mean by
mm,
managing these fences, even when you have not attained that level, you just don't stop. Unfortunately, at least for me,
yeah.
I haven't stopped. I thought at some point, if, so I was trying to tell a story about how I wasn't ready to get pregnant, but somehow pregnancy just decided to stay. So I had that first child, and I was like, okay, this one first. And I'm lucky, my husband agrees. So he's like, this one, no, in fact, he's an Igbo man. We had a daughter, and he was like, yes. Even when people were telling me, Igbo men, they always want boys now. I'm like, you people are not here. You don't live in the house with us. You don't know how far. You don't know anything. So we were like, we are okay with this one first, though. This was back in Nigeria. We're okay with this one. And immediately, because we're trying and things were not things were getting better, to be fair, because like I said, I had the investments. My finances or our finances was set up in a way where even if, even if let's say we lost both our jobs, the investment we had was going to give us like quarterly interest that was enough to
Mm,
at least pay school fees. It might not be so. Again, with the schools that the children will go to, there are levels. where your own level reach, there's another
Mhm.
level on top of
Of
that.
course.
There's another level
Yeah.
on top of that. But at least something decent,
Mhm.
something decent. So we had that. And then we're like, this one, let us just make sure that this one is given the best. It was so serious that he had to, I was in this very, both of us were in a good career, but he was more of, he wanted to go and do his business. And he also believes in giving children the best. So he was like, um, because of where my career was at the time, I had to stay back at work. Then he had to go start business. So what that gave us was flexibility. So we never had
Mhm.
nannies. We didn't have any of those things. He would take our daughter to school, bring him back until business picked up and he could no longer do all of that. His mother then had to come live with us because, again, I was not ready to leave my child with any nanny, especially leave
Mhm.
my child with one nanny. No. I was either going to get two or get a family. Everything just on the
Mhm.
edge, on the edge, on the edge. Planning wants to finish me, you know. So I had nanny, I had mother-in-law. So that was like two-factor authentication. And then my husband. And then my husband who had that flexibility. So I could go to work, I could, go for all my meetings, attend different things. And then while all of this was going on, we said, just in case, so maybe we should start looking at traveling. And then we then decided that we were going to relocate out of Nigeria. So now, while we were waiting and giving that one child the best, the second child came. We did not plan. I said,
How did the child
hey.
come? Okay. Did the child just come to your door and knock? Hello, hello. Guess who's here?
you know,
The
eh?
second child came.
Oh, you have no idea. I was like, hey, who is going to? Because they say, I know a lot of mothers who come here, not come here, I'm sorry to use that word, would say once they have their baby in their hand, no matter what stress they've been through, they forget it. Me, I did not forget, number one. I did not forget. Number two, finances. So I was like, those two, hey, they are too important to me. So I was there panicking over finance. Then the pregnancy was now not easy on top. So nobody should tell me that I will forget the pain. I did not forget. So anyway, I became pregnant. So by now my daughter was 3 going to 4. For you to see, eh? And I got married in my 30s. So it's not even a
Hmm.
case where maybe I married early. So at this time now I was 35 and I became pregnant. I said, well, thank God. So that child came and then that was it. I mean, I
Hmm.
always say I don't want again, but the babies they have a way of surprising me. So I'm still open. So
Catherine,
um, that-
Catherine, how do babies surprise you?
see, let me not go into details. I did everything, everything, everything. Still, maybe they did like this. Eh? I had this colleague that we were always discussing money issues in the office. Everybody I meet, I'm always telling them, oh, have you heard about this financial instrument you can put your money into? Because this guy in question was fond of borrowing money from people. So I thought, you cannot be doing the things you do. And then every now and then you are going around borrowing money from people. And then guess what this guy was telling me that, with people like you don't give room for miracles in your life. I say, miracle. Hey, are you me? Are you the one that lived the life I lived growing up? You're telling me here about miracle. So it is when you have had children, you now expect children to bring miracle. Children bring miracle, but marriage also comes with challenges. And let me tell you, that challenge could come immediately after you get married. Everything will just become tight. For some people,
Hmm.
it happens later. For some people, different things, right? So you
Hmm.
don't tell me that I bring a child and then expect that child. That was the biggest misconception, especially for our parents. They just kept having children, saying God
Hmm.
will look after them. No, God will not look after them. God is not looking after them. Is it not that you're going around borrowing money of
Mm-hmm.
somebody else? Somebody's money is the one helping you with your children. It is not God. I
True.
know God touches their hearts and whatever, but you have to go and beg, or you have to go
Mm-hmm.
and do something funny. So you don't
Mm-hmm.
leave these things and say God will help. So I was telling this guy about how, oh, I once I get my money, I do this, I do that, I do that. He said no, that him, he just spends all his money, oh, that his salary finishes. I said that your salary finishes. He said because whenever he needs to do something, God will bring a business, a project that he will not raise money from. I said, that's how you are managing a family man. I could not understand any of that. And then to speak to, there was something you mentioned about how you want to experience love and how you want to be cared for and how you want to be, all of that package. I mean, it is very, very important that you want to have that. Also, in addition to that, you have to be deliberate about your own happiness inside marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, sometimes some things will shock you. Maybe not marriage, maybe not relationship, because some people have children and they're just partners. In the UK where I live, you can be partners with people 10 years. The government recognizes it as a, a, a marriage, sort of, right? Even in
Mm.
Nigeria, if you cohabit with somebody for a number of years, you can go to the courts, is it court or somewhere, and get a certificate
Mm.
to that effect. Yes. So what was I trying to say? So you have to be deliberate about
Mm.
when um you are receiving all this love from somebody. You yourself, you have to be happy. This
Yeah.
series you started about having friends for everything. Yes, so your husband will give you all of that, oh, but also have friends for all those
Mm.
things. It is very, very important. And then
Mm.
let me speak for myself. I had to be deliberate about, yes, I have these children that I love so much, but I love myself too. Do you understand? So I'm
Mm.
not going to take all the attention and put on them, because I
Mm.
always believe that they will grow up and they will leave me at some
Mm.
point. We are not going,
Mm.
my mother, as much as we are not together today, you know, we are not together. First of all, I
Mm-hmm.
had to jack and leave her to go and find my own feet first. When we finished, we now came back, you know. So I always think that my children too, you know, whatever. Me too, I'm important. I have to be happy
Yeah.
while I am giving them the attention and everything. Right now in the
Mm-hmm.
UK, I don't work a lot. I do part time. That's because I want to have this balance of being with my children, but I also cannot be broke. I need to make money because we cannot afford to not have money and give you the best, you know.
Mm.
But I've gotten myself to a point where, so I didn't get myself to that point. Even while I got into marriage, I kept on working, I kept on searching, I kept on doing things to expand
Mm.
my finances, make my finances better, and my husband as well. Sometimes my husband will be like, why are you always? I say, no, see, all this money I'm telling you to go and make, don't even come and give me. Just keep it. I just want to know that you have the money somewhere sitting
Yeah.
down.
Security.
You don't even
Financial
give me.
security.
Don't even give me. Don't buy me anything. Just, I want you to be able to say, oh, I have this. Yes, it's enough for me. Knowing that you have that is enough for me, you know.
Mm.
So
Mm.
when you eventually, if you decide that you're going to have your children be deliberate and do not
Mm.
neglect yourself. And not born
Mm.
too much, because a lot of times we women, we have too many children, and then as much as you are trying, the baggage is pulling you. The baggage is just too much. So when you have
Mm.
one, you have two. I'm not trying to tell anybody the number of children they should have, but it is about being deliberate. I had a colleague back then, a senior accountant. This girl had twins, a boy and a girl. I was so jealous. I said, how I wish I had a boy and a girl like you. Do you know what? This girl still went to go and have more children. And then she's preaching to me. That's it. I should have more. I should have more. I said,
Don't
babe.
listen, no.
I said, babe, me, I don't even earn as much as you do. I'm managing myself. You are telling me to go and have more. Why? She said, because in your old age, I said, oh, that's where you are getting it all wrong. You think that children will look. What if they don't?
Mm-hmm.
How would they now? How would they now? I said, what do you mean? Do you know? Are you them? You will try, but they are going to have their life to live.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't go on having plenty to. Okay, if you leave this job, uncle, you say, I'm an accountant now. I've made investment. I said, well, good luck, but don't tell me to go and have more children because I don't born
Yeah.
boy, I don't born girl. What else do you want from me? But that's even by the way. Um, so I mean, it's been
Okay.
very interesting, Glory.
Thank you. Thank you so
Uh,
much. I honestly enjoyed this conversation with you and I have learned so much.
ah,
And I'm going to be honest with you, it's very refreshing to hear a woman who's married, who has her own kids, but
mm,
still has a mindset of wanting more out
yes,
of life. Because one thing that I've always, I think I mentioned it at the start of this conversation, that I find it difficult having conversations with, women who are married and has kids. There's a way they look at single women like we don't have any
mm,
purpose in this life, like we're just useless, right?
mm,
But meeting you, having this conversation with you, and hearing your zeal for life, not just as a wife or a mom, but as an individual, it's very encouraging. And I thank you for it. Thank you so much.
you're welcome. You're welcome.
All
I'll be
right.
in the background
All
listening.
right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so. And you also tell us where the babies are just coming from suddenly because you don't
Ah,
seem to know.
I don't
You will
know. They used
tell
to
us.
enter from my dream.
Thank you so much.
How do I leave it? Okay.
All right. Okay. Let's speak with Jay Fansworth. Jay, you're welcome. How are you?
I'm all right. Hey, Glory.
Yes.
Thank you for having
Jay,
me.
Jay, I know you're a doctor, so please come and help Catherine. Where are these babies coming from? They just seem to be popping up from everywhere.
She knows very well. Maybe those are the people who try these. There's this thing called safe days. Sometimes
Mm,
those safe days are not actually safe because your
wow.
cycle can easily,
Yeah.
not be what you expected it to be. But anyway, and then there's also African women are very fertile, by the way. That's another thing.
Hey. Okay.
But
That's a
anyway,
good thing.
I feel bad that I didn't get to listen to that video before the one that you shared,
Mm,
because I think there was so much to get from there. But after listening to what people had to share, I felt like, let me just give my 2 cents to this
okay.
to today's topic. So, one thing, okay, growing up, I really loved babies. Like, that person who will carry your baby and the baby will stop crying. I don't know. I think I have magic hands. And babies tend to love me. You know how you go to carry a baby and the baby is running away from you? And yeah, even, when you're trying to, like, okay, like when you're in the consultation room and you're trying to work on a baby and the baby is sort of scared because whenever they see anyone in white, especially the doctors in the clinical courts, they are scared, they start crying, they think, there's a
Yeah.
way I talk with them and kind of convince them that all is well. So, but
Mm,
at this age, okay, I think I'm still young for a guy. I don't know, but I have not really faced that pressure, and that is because I have this mindset that when you're bringing a kid into this world, you're bringing a human being who has all these needs that you have to cater for. You know,
mm.
um, and sometimes when I walk around the community and I see kids who have not been able to go to school, they are stuck at home because this lady got married to this man who decided to, abandon her with 5 kids, and she's
Mm.
with another person. You know what happens in our community here in Africa down.
Mhm.
So all of that sort of makes you wonder. And we've grown up in our generation. I want to say our generation, you Glory. Our generation, I think, is a selfish generation now, because we grew up in a
Mm.
generation seeing, our parents take up other people's kids, taking care of them, and you're like, oh,
Yes.
okay. But with our generation, you're joking. No one wants to take care of anyone's kids. You take care of your baggage. If you're lucky enough to get someone who will take care of your kids, then you thank God for that person.
Mm-hmm.
Because people have. And then what even makes it worse is the economy, like you said.
Yeah.
One thing I usually tell my friends when we your salary, the economy, the standard of living is increasing, but your salary is not increasing, you know.
True. Mm-hmm.
so,
True.
so, so, so at the end of that month, when you calculate everything and you're like, where did the money go? You know, so, and even it's not easy to have these hustles, the second hustle, the other hustles that would help you to bring in an income, would help you out. So I've also seen this thing, especially in women, ladies, and I really feel sorry. And sometimes, it's ladies that are learned, that are knowledgeable, that are educated. You see a lady telling you, you know what? I don't know whether they get, I don't know if it's safe to say it on the channel. You know how there's something like hypnotized. I don't know whether they get stigmatized, that you find a lady, like for example, I know a very good friend. She's a doctor, but she's stuck with this guy, and she has reached a point where she's like, maybe I should produce for him. Probably when I bring a kid into this world, he'll become more serious, he'll become more affectionate, maybe he'll even, introduce he'll accept to wed me, you know something like that. And I'm like, you have no idea. I know this person very well, you know. And then you've also heard of things like I've seen ladies who are like, guy is too handsome, I should have his babies. It is not, and you, he's too handsome. I want to have beautiful babies. And I'm
Yeah.
like, are you that shallow that you're only thinking about, the aesthetics of the baby? You don't know the needs that are going to come with this baby. And like one of
Mm-hmm.
the speakers said, you don't even know whether the baby is going to come with some challenges, some health
Mm-hmm.
challenges that will need, yeah, will need you to be more financially sound, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing that I've experienced, Glory, as a single person in the workplace and even just within my family, you find
Mm.
workmates telling you, kids are going back to school, we do not have school fees, you single people should give us money. Where do you even put your money? What do you use your money for? And the person telling you this is someone who has like 3 women with different kids, and you're like, are you serious? I know how much you earn. You do not have even any other source of income. So what exactly are you doing? You know? And the cycle goes on and on. And you know what killed me? Our generation, I want to say, because you're in your 30s, we never witnessed world wars, we never witnessed any of those things until COVID hit. And I was like, what? Thank God
Hmm.
I was something that they called, I'm forgetting the term that was used, but we were really needed even during COVID. But imagine other people who had to stay home or who had to be laid off when
Yeah.
something like that happens. And I like what some previous speakers were saying about, planning. Do you think about all these things,
Mm-hmm.
or you just, you're like, let's just have a baby and everything else will fall into place. Things have changed these days. So,
Mm-hmm.
as a person, those are some of the things that I do think about. That God forbid, you as a person, if you are not in this world tomorrow, are your kids secure enough financially? Would they have you left them
Exactly.
out? Let me give an example. For example, let me say I'm in an apartment, and I'm renting. If I went tomorrow, uh, who will continue taking care of those bills? Because trust me, like I told you, we live in a selfish generation. The same people that are pressuring you to bring kids into this world are the people, who will say all marvelous things at your funeral, will be the ones to take care of the kid. But they never do that. I've seen
Mm-hmm.
those, that happen. And your old parent probably, let me say, my parent is not yet that old. Let me say my grandmother is the one left to take care of that kid,
Mm-hmm.
and she's very, very old. She hardly, she also has other kids around their home. And is that the quality of life you want for your kid? So sometimes
Mm-hmm.
that's what I look at and I hold back and I'm like, no, 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 no. There's a certain quality. And then recently, Glory,
Mm.
I think like 2 weeks back, I went to my former high school to pick up a certificate.
Mm.
I looked at the fees structure. I was like, what the hell is this? Huh? I looked at what I used to pay and I was like, what is this? Eh? And that is just for a term. And there are 3 terms. I don't know how it is there, but here it is 3 terms in a year. And I'm thinking, what is this? And someone is thinking of having 5 kids, you better have your finances in check. And then there's also other. I'm sorry, I'm sort of like raining on people's parades. I'm coming with, but this is reality. And then there's such a thing as black tax in Africa. You know, black tax. You're not only taking
Mhm.
care of you. There's a perfect nuclear family. There are very few, I'm sure, in Africa. Probably have a cousin. Maybe they don't even live with you, but you're taking care of them from afar. You'll probably even have your parents, and they're probably old, and their health is on the line.
True.
So black tax also does really take, yeah, so much from us. So
Mm.
um but on a positive note, like the previous speaker said, how I don't know that it's her or the other one. They said how she said she shared how she and her husband had planned and had all this this money for the kids they were planning on having uh saved up. But there's also insurance policies, where you get to save with them for the kid, for each kid that you plan on having. And sometimes you find that by the time you think of having kids,
Mm.
the money has accumulated and it's able to take care of them till they're done with university. So that is one way that we could, yeah, we could. That's one way you could think of saving up before you have your kids. Then I have also another story about a very, very good close friend. I hope she never listens in. She might bite off my head. So she happens to be a twin. Now her parents gave their firstborns are twins. Hmm? And I come from a country where there's this culture. In their culture, okay, there are many tribes, but this particular culture, their culture in particular, if you have twins you cannot stop at that. You have to have another kid to follow, to sort of follow these kids, something. It's in their culture, like there's a name they give that kid that follows, twins. So the firstborns were twins and she happens to be the firstborn. Then the next kids were also twins. She was like, you know what,
True.
this is I am not going with what culture dictates. What if the third bonds I have are also twins, also triplets? Like I told you, African women are what? Are very are very fertile. So if you're going to live,
Better.
if you're going to have your life, dictated by cultured norms, you may shoot yourself in the leg. So
Whoa.
yeah, some of these things you really have to think about them, and you know that the decision you take, it is going to be you. It's going to be you. Fending for the decisions that you take. So
Hmm.
that's just what I had to share. Unless you have questions for me.
No, really. Thank you. Hey, God. Reflect.
Yes.
I was that's a lot. That's a
Mm-hmm.
lot.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa.
The,
Anyways,
the other thing that
yeah.
I was also thinking, for people who enjoy planning, there are those, especially people who are wealthy enough, they are financially sound. Some people just choose to, go the IV route, much as they are fertile. They go the IV route and they're like, you know what? We need this number of kids. So if we can have 4 kids, like I think Daisy Dream said she wants 4 kids. Have your 4 kids at once. Those are like probably quadruplets, and that's it.
Hmm.
You're done.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So this
I'm
friend of mine,
speechless.
there are 2 sets of twins, but the mother
Wow.
stopped at that. She couldn't let culture dictate. Yeah.
I'm kind of speechless. I don't even know how. How is she going to deal with that? Anyways,
No, no,
thank
no.
you so much.
The good thing is that the kids are now old. They are
Oh,
working. They're all now old. But back then, when they were still young, yeah, yeah.
hmm,
Like people kept
okay.
on telling them, as far as our culture is concerned, you cannot stop at having the twins. There must be like another kid that follows them, you know, and the kid has a special name that they are given, something like that. So, so she was like,
God help us.
I had these twins. The second bonds are also twins. So what if the third bonds are also twins?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So
thank you so much. Thank you so much, J
thank you for
Fansworth.
having
Thank you
me.
so
Thank you for
much. Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay, let's speak with Pearl. Hi, Pearl. Hello, are you there? Pearl, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi. Welcome, welcome,
Yeah, can
welcome.
you
How
hear
are
me?
you? I can hear you. You're welcome to the
Yes, can you hear
conversation.
me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Carry on, carry on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, I just want to start with the fact that I feel like subconsciously, right, we always tend to consider the financial aspect of having and raising kids. I don't know if we do this intentionally, but it's almost like the other areas are not so important, like your presence, emotional support, psychological support, all of these things. I don't know how, and to me, I feel like a lot of people having babies, deep down, they're not prepared though. They're just being pressured socially. I feel like if you ask most of us, I don't have any child yet, but I feel like if you ask most of us if we really want, yes, so I understand that children are, they are joy givers, let me just put it that way. But then again, is it that we are being selfish? I'm just trying to like ask some reflective questions. Sometimes I find myself asking, like, just to know the reason why I want to have kids. I mean, these kids, they are in heaven chilling. They're not asking anybody to bring them down on earth. So why exactly are we having them? Is it because there's something that they're supposed to be doing down here, or because we just want to satisfy our own selfish desires, which is
Hmm.
maybe okay, we want them around us, we don't want to be lonely, we want them around us, the society is pressuring us, this, that, and all of that. And we end up having these children, and it's almost like so speaking from my background, right? I'm a child. I was orphaned when I was 5. I turned an orphan when I was 5 years old. And I practically, my grandmother, that's my maternal grandmom, she raised me. And I was practically a family child. That's my mom's family literally trained me and all of that.
Hmm.
And given that background, I understand what it means to be a child that was financially cared for, but then I don't know if you can still hear me. I feel like my network
No,
is
I get you. Please
bad.
carry on. Carry
Can you
on.
hear me?
I hear you. I can hear you. Carry on.
Okay. o- All right. Okay. So as a child, I was a child that was financially cared for, but that emotional balance and every other thing that has to do with parenting was absent. And of
Hmm.
course, you know how our background tends to influence our decisions when we grow up. Now, I obviously do not want a child that I will just be there for financially. If I'm going to have a child or children, I would want to be there for them in every area, not just in terms of finances, because I experienced it firsthand. And trust me, it is not a nice experience at all. So now my question is, why are we really having these children? Are we having them to satisfy our own selfish desires? Did we see these children in our dreams and then they're asking us, bring me to earth? I want to come to earth. Like, why exactly? And then we go on to have two, three, four, five, six, especially in this day and age, at least in the time of our grandmothers and great grandmothers, they had more kids, and that was quite understandable because they needed more hands in their farms, right? But that way of life do not really exist now, especially if you live in the city. Why are you having 5 children, 6 children? Do you have a farm that you want to use them as workers in that farm like it was done in those days? Why are you
For
having more
real.
than why are you having why are you having multiple children when you know deep down you cannot care for them? Why?
Valid
I feel
question.
like it's wicked. It's wicked and it's selfish because these children, they were just chilling in heaven. They didn't ask you to bring them down on earth. They were just chilling with God there. You are the one that brought, and I understand that sometimes, oh, the child just came, but come on, you had sex, probably unprotected, or maybe protected, but then it happened like the lady said, they just come, right? But I don't know. These are the
Hmm.
questions I have, which I feel like I've not been able to answer. I just, and of course, I live in this same society, and society just has a way of influencing your decision. Before you know, now me that I'm talking, maybe next year or 2 years from now, you see that I've had my own like 4, 5 children. God forbid, sha.
You see,
But
Carol, you see, let
yeah,
me just, first of all, let me just, I want to send you warm hugs. Um, I know we've been laughing here, but I just want to send you warm hugs, all right?
yeah,
I'm happy you've grown into a lovely adult. And I just pray that God continues to give you all the love and all the warmth and the presence that you need, right? Because we
yeah,
never really grow out of needing that presence and all of that
sure,
love. You see
sure.
that question you asked there? See that question you asked? I asked my mother that same question. I asked her that question 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I asked her that same question. My mom gave birth to 7 of us, seven. And if you've been on this channel, you probably joined our conversation where I complained about not getting enough attention, love. I wasn't orphaned as a child, but I felt like I did not have anybody around me because my parents were too busy focusing on my other siblings. I felt like I was lost in the midst of my entire family, you know. So I
Yeah.
asked my mother the same question. I asked her, why did you give birth to so many of us? And the answer she gave, let me not even say anything, but I just felt like it was not a valid enough reason because I felt like I was left to cater for
Reason.
myself. I've been catering for myself. I've
Mm-hmm.
been struggling, fending for myself. And me too, I've asked myself the same question. Do you really need a child? Why do you need a child? And if I tell you the answer from my innermost heart, I agree with you. I just feel like there's no need. Like,
Yeah.
what am I trying to prove really? Like,
Yes.
what
Are
am
you
I
trying
trying
to
to validate?
impress?
Do you get? Like, what am I
Yeah.
really trying to validate? Who am I trying to prove something? Am I trying to prove to someone that my womb still works, or I still have eggs that are not dead, or my biological clock is still ticking normal? People will
Yeah.
say that what we're talking about, these are radical feminists. I see somebody's comment saying, "Oh, that is our radical feminists," you know. But these are actually honest questions. And you know what's really interesting? The world does
Mm-hmm.
not like questions like this because they'll see you as a
True.
divergent. The world does not like questions like this. There is a one way figure that the world moves in, and that is the direction that a woman is expected to
Yeah.
have a child or children. If a woman gets to the ripe age that she should have a child or children and she doesn't, the first thing that comes to their mind is there's something wrong with her.
Mm. Very
Nobody
true.
thinks about nobody thinks about any other thing, which is what we've been discussing here. There could be financial reasons, there could be the fact that some people don't want to be single mothers. They want to be married. They want to have a partner that they can raise a child with instead of raising a child alone. You know, for some people, it's many other things. It could be health reasons, it could be anything. So what me personally am advocating for is pick your problem, evaluate yourself and your problem. And if your problem is finances, ask yourself the very honest question: can you do it? If you cannot, leave it. Because at the end of the day, if the child comes, is the world going to come and take care of that child for you and also take care of you?
At all.
No, they won't. If you want babies, well, that is your own sacrifice to make. Go ahead. But then don't then have the babies and then now feel entitled to assistance from the world. I'll give an example. Um, Growing up where I grew up, right? I used to take public transport a lot. You enter public transport and you see a woman that has 3 children inside the same bus, and they will tell you, help me lock my child. I'm sorry, oh, I'm a nice person, but sometimes my comfort and convenience is very important to me. So if I'm
Mm-hmm.
squeezing myself inside this bus and you know how you sit in public buses and you're all
Yeah.
squeezed up like this,
Yes.
and you are still telling me, lap my child, and you're lapping the child, and the woman is lapping one, and then the third one is in between both of you, squeezing you people, and you are almost losing your mind on a 30 minutes trip or maybe 15 minutes trip. So you probably do it before, and then one day you just decide that I'm not helping anybody to lap anybody's child. The whole world, everybody in that bus, they just look at you like you're wicked. But me, I'm thinking, I don't understand. Is it my fault that you have 3 children and you don't have a proper means of transporting all your children? Why are your children my responsibility all of a sudden? Do you understand? So it's part of what we're
Yeah.
also talking about. If you want to have, go ahead and have. If you don't want to have, well, must you don't allow yourself to be pressured. If you now want to have the number that you can actually take care of. Because you're not trying to prove anything to anybody. For real.
That makes so much sense because I mean, ah, I've seen so many instances where, like what you just mentioned, you see these people with children, and it's almost like they are entitled to your own support. I
Mm-hmm.
understand that, especially for we living in Nigeria, I understand that the economy is really tight. But isn't
Mm-hmm.
that more reason why you should control the number of children that you should be having?
Exactly.
With the way the economy is in Nigeria right now, and it doesn't make sense for you to be having multiple number, like in the last, our parents and our grandparents generation, they had it easier.
Mm-hmm.
They had it easier in terms of the economy, and they
Mm-hmm.
were having multiple children that they could actually cater for, to be very honest. A lot of them
Mm-hmm.
had houses and establishments. They benefited from the government, right? But now, how
Mm-hmm.
many how many of us, then we don't even know anything about benefiting from the government here in this part of the world.
Yeah.
We also
Which
our way through. We don't
which
like that
government?
that 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 term is foreign when it comes to Nigeria. We also our
Mm-hmm.
way through
Mm-hmm.
from, especially if you are coming from a home that, you know is not financially well balanced. You have to hustle for yourself. Now, do
Mm-hmm.
you still want this type of life for your children? Is it the type of hustle culture you want your children to still continue? Me personally,
Exactly.
me personally, the only reason, maybe because currently I'm 29 and I'm going to turn 30 next year. And I've realized that over the years, as I grow older, my mentality evolves. So I'm guessing maybe when I get to 32, 33, this mindset might change. But right now, the only reason why I want to get married and have children is just for companionship, and I don't want to be alone. Why? Because I don't have siblings. I'm practically on
Mm.
my own. I don't have parents, I don't have siblings. So I need that family. That's the only reason. Oh, maybe when I turn, maybe next year when I turn 30, I might not have these
Mm.
reasons anymore.
Mm.
Do you understand? So,
Mm.
but if you remove that reason, I'm not sure that I personally would even, I don't know, because it's just a lot. And this is me. I'm speaking as someone that really loves children. I love
Mm.
children a whole lot. But at the same time, I feel like these children don't deserve to be. I feel like these children, like, I just feel like we shouldn't bring these children into this. Right now our world is even chaotic to start with. You're not bringing these
Mm.
children into this chaotic world. You yourself as an adult, it's not like you have everything figured out. You are still trying
Mhm.
to, like, get some things figured out. You're not adding these children, bringing these children to suffer. And I feel like it's a lot. And
Mhm.
I understand that it's not everybody that is stubborn enough to ignore societal standards and societal expectations. I feel like, especially as a lady living in Nigeria, if you want to, if you want to just ignore society and do your thing, then it means you have to be stubborn to some extent. If you are
Mhm.
easy to just, if you're someone that is easily, if you're someone that someone can just easily push around, my dear, uh,
For
you
real.
to start, you most likely find yourself in a marriage that you on a normal day you don't have any
Mhm.
business being there to start with. But then you
Mm.
can't leave because where are you going to? You already feel stuck.
Mm.
And then you now
And you
bring, and
see,
that's another dynamic. You're now bringing children
mm.
into this home that is not ideal. Like, I feel like it's just a whole lot. People
Mhm.
that are married to really kind partners, and they have a healthy family, they're actually very lucky, because
Yeah,
that's not something
correct.
that is very common in this
Mhm.
world. I mean, I've never been out
True.
of Nigeria, so let me speak in the context of Nigeria. That's not something that is very, very, very common in Nigeria. It's not at all.
Mhm. You're right. You're absolutely right. Having a kind partner. And on your reason for wanting to have kids, a family, I think that's also a valid reason, companionship, especially for people who don't really have family, as you said, and also friends. Your children, if you're lucky, and I put it that way consciously because some people are not lucky to have their children become their friends. Some people, what I see,
Yeah.
this thing, yeah, there's this thing people don't know. When you give birth to people, they say you've given birth to your own people. You're giving birth to your own country, your own nation, yeah? You're giving birth to
Yeah.
little humans that will become their own individual. No matter what you teach them as they are growing up, no matter all the love you pour into them, they are their own persons when they grow. So some parents are lucky that their children grow to become their friends, and it depends on a lot of things. There was a conversation we had one time in this community, just like this, where the question was, how many kids must a couple have in a marriage? Some people said three, some people said two, some people said have the number of kids that you're able to take care of. You see, for this issue, this reason of companionship, do you know that a lot of couple, they make that mistake of having so many children? At the end of the day, you find out that some of those children, they feel marginalized, they feel unloved, they feel unattended to, they feel they feel neglected. And that was how I felt. And there's so many people like that feel that way. Currently, if you go on TikTok, there's this woman, this couple, they have 13, is it 12 children? And the woman puts like an announcement video that she's expecting the 13th child. I don't know if she has delivered by now. I saw that video like I think last month. And she was doing a TikTok video and her children were surrounding her and she was telling them, oh, guess what? We're expecting another baby. The first three adult children, I think the oldest is not even up to 15. The oldest is probably 13 or 12. They looked so sad. A lot of people started analyzing the videos and and children, is it pediatricians or what? They were analyzing the body language of the children. And from the many reactions I watched and my own personal observation, you could tell that the oldest amongst those kids, they were not happy, they were disappointed, they were sad. And you could tell that it was obviously because they have been prematurely saddled with the responsibility of parenting their younger siblings. So all that attention and affection that they are supposed to get from their parents, they are probably not really getting that much of it anymore because now, as the older siblings, they have to be taking care of the younger ones. And that not being enough, their mother is announcing that she wants to have the 13th child. Do you understand? So for the
Yeah.
woman herself, she just enjoys, she probably has an addiction to being pregnant or an addiction to having children, or maybe she wants to prove to the world that she can have as many children as she wants, or maybe she's having babies for content creation, whatever reason. But she's just busy pumping out babies. And the ones that she has, a lot of they are becoming angry people. They are angry because they're not really getting all of that attention and affection, you know. So having kids for
Yeah.
companionship, I'll chip in there that you also need to be careful, in handling your reason that the number you have is the number that you can afford to love and give attention to, give affection to what you lacked
Yeah.
growing up, what you missed. You want to ensure that when you now give birth to yours, you ensure that yours does not lack any of those things that you were missing, that you did not get.
That makes so much
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
That makes so much sense.
All right,
Thank you so
Carl.
much. I'll just remain in the background.
All right. Thank you
Continue
so
listening.
much. And thank you so much for bringing a very interesting perspective to the conversation. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. We have Asmao. Asmao, you're welcome to the conversation. Asmao. Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, Glory. Good evening, everyone. Hi, baby.
Mm,
Do
you're
you know
welcome.
why I feel so comfortable joining your conversation session? You see, this
Wow.
topic is a very important topic that is discussed in so many forums, right? So many platforms on social media. But the only problem I have with most of those discussions is that they come off as debates. And to be honest with you, I hate debate. Do you know the reason why I hate debate? I don't get the value out of that debate because it's just like ego boosting for everybody wants to feel that they know how to talk, they know this. They know. So at the end of the day, the main topic, the discussion of the topic, at the end of the day, for me, it becomes cancelled, invalid. I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say to you
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
it's not about opinions any longer. It's about who knows more. I don't know if you get that feeling from debate. Do you get what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say to you?
I get
People
you.
don't disagree. Yeah, people don't disagree respectfully. They disagree in a very rude and aggressive manner. I don't know if I'm trying to say to you.
Mm,
So at the end of the day,
yes.
the audience even lose the importance or the relevance of the topic that is being discussed. But well, that's by the way. I'm a mom. I'm
Mm,
a mom of two. I'm a mother of two boys. But you know that till
mm.
today, people are still asking me that why is I don't want to have more children. I think so a few months back, my sister
Wow.
called me. Imagine that thing shocked me. My younger sister, I was very shocked. Like till today, I didn't even know what to respond to her. This girl called me that this one that happily two children, all of them are boys. Have I thought of boys don't really take care of their parents? So can you see there's
Hey,
selfishness again in having children? Are you seeing how
hey.
human beings on our own are selfish? When the people are saying that it's selfish not having children, no, even having the children is selfishness because most parents will say, or most people rather will say, have children for old age. I don't know if I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah.
She now told me that do I know that boys so they don't used to when they marry, that they will all attend to their family and they'll forget about you. That well, let me try now, that even if it's IVF, to see if I can have a girl. So I'll be able to that's why
Sure.
she's suggesting IVF. Yes, why she's suggesting IVF for me is so that I'll be able to do gender selection so that it will not go and be a boy again to be a girl. As in glory. See today I don't know it's not, like it scatter my head that talks like till today this one now is
Mm,
if you're talking based on the level of you don't have children, that is one angle. We that have the children, Kwanu, the number is questionable. I don't know
hey.
if you know what I'm trying to say to you, but when you look
Yeah.
at it critically, glory, when you look at it, it's not as if we don't know the root of all these things. We tend to ignore it, and hence the reason why you see, I have this love and respect for Gen Z in as much as they're giving all of us headache currently. But travel time back, yes, travel time back, what was children?
Yeah.
What's the definition of a man having children? Children and women were attributed to wealth, right? Should I
Yes.
say in the olden days, yeah. Now they're attributed to
Yes.
wealth, and those days the source of livelihood was farming, was mainly farming, hunting, but basically
Mm,
farming. So basically, this man goes to marry this bunch of women to come and have plenty of children to go and serve as laborers. So it even tells you from the onset, children were not even brought to this world out of love.
mm-hmm.
It was for service. I don't know if now I'm trying to say
Sure.
to you. So the man now
Absolutely.
go and jam pack the whole battalion on his farm field. Then definitely because of the strength of the labor, the strength of the human resources, he now ends up becoming a wealthy man because it's him that will have the huge bags of beans, rice, cassava. I don't know what I'm trying to say to you, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Now that was in the past. Now transition to today. The problem is that we keep, whether we like it or not, we say change is constant, but we keep repeating the same situation as in the past, but in a different form. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? Now that's one side. Then let's come to religion because we cannot speak about having children without talking about religion. Religion tells you go out and multiply. Go and
Mm-hmm.
multiply. That's how some people even brag about when you go to all these debate forums when they're talking about all these baby daddies, baby whatever. They say, hey, but the Bible says go and multiply. I don't know what I'm trying to say to you. Me, I'm actually,
Yes.
yes, no, I'm a Muslim. Let me speak back to my own Islamic belief. Yes, Islam also promotes multiplying, right? But
Mm.
this is it. There's a clause. I know people are just selfish and biased. They pick what suits them. Now, there's a clause on having that child. That child, you're supposed to cater for that child, because they say on the day of judgment, when you bring a child to the world and you don't cater for that child, both you and the child will stand in front of Allah for judgment. So you go fit
Mm.
stand for you and in front of your creator, and you make him pass judgment for you and your picking. So which means that thing that you're even bringing into the world can even get you into trouble here and thereafter. I don't know if I'm trying to say to you, but people
Mhm.
tend to just pick down one that favors them, and then go ahead with it. It's just like still when we talk of
Mm.
the Islamic part where they say men are entitled to 4 wives. When you read down to the end of that verse, they say even one, if you know fit carry, leave am. There is no place that God says being unmarried is a sin or you will go to
Mm.
hellfire. You
Mhm.
understand? Sin is sin that
Yeah.
will lead you to trouble. But being single or being childless, like still my Quran still tells me that husband or wife or children are all worldly possession. So it can either get you into trouble or liberate you. Sure, you understand?
Mm.
Like I told you, I
Yeah.
have 2 kids, but glory, there are sometimes that only these two, 1, 2. It is me as if I run mad. So when I see people with 4, Allah, when I see people with 4, 5, 6, 7, the only thing I'll say is the Lord is your strength. I don't know how you do it. You get what I'm trying to say to you? Yes, this life, whatever you have, for me, I feel you should appreciate it. I look at myself that if I still didn't have kids, I will still be satisfied. Because sometimes I envy my
Mm.
single friends. You understand? Some are married, don't have kids, some are not married. There's even one of my friend like that. That lady is not
Mm.
financially stable. But because of societal norm, I know unfortunately we women we listen. Men don't listen, women listen.
Yeah.
So that's why it's easy for societal norm to manipulate us. Like while the conversation was going on, I saw someone saying that you need to be stubborn in order. No, you don't need to be stubborn. It's just that we, the females, this XX gender, we are so, and maybe or that's just our biology. We listen a lot. Probably that's why God said we should submit. That is because God gave us the ability to listen. Do you understand?
Mm.
So we listen a lot, and that's why we're easily swayed by the societal norms. And it's so
True.
unfortunate that these societal norms, honestly, most of the time does not favor the female gender. Are you getting?
Mm.
You said something
Mhm.
very important, Glory. Even as I have children now, there are times that I still jump public transport. You will see a woman with 3, 4, 5 children, and she's if you don't even help with one, she'll be looking at you with one kind of bad eye.
You have
When she
become
wants
the
to enter the
monster if
bus,
you don't
when she
assist.
wants, you have even noticed when they want to enter the bus, if the conductor does not even help them to carry the children inside, they take it personal. You know, go help me carry my picking.
Mhm.
I'm like, are you for real? Are you
Like,
for
how is
real?
it?
Hi. I said, back to this, my friend, I'm telling you about. It's so unfortunate that the societal norm is really mounting pressure on her and with the kind of friends she has around her closer friends. She's my friend, but we're not that close. She has closer friends. Now, this babe, they're telling her biological clock, blah, 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 blah. She go and be a single mother. Be a single mother, how? And that now has led her to following men that I pray that she doesn't get pregnant for any of those men, because those men are what they call deadbeats. As human beings, they don't even have anything going on for their life. But all she wants is just the sperm. I don't know if I'm trying to say to you. There was time I told her, babe, I'm a
Yeah.
mom, I have 2 kids. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, having a child is not easy. Do you know, especially those early years from that 0 to 5 years, God have mercy, glory. I know this I want to fear for your body, is motherhood is sweet, but the truth is, baby girl is tough. That's why when they even tell me
Mm.
have child again, I'll look. I say, hey, it's tough. Is it from the immunization, the sleepless nights, and the unpredictable situation that can happen to your body when you're carrying this
Mm.
baby or after giving birth to the baby? I don't know if you've heard of postpartum depression, Glory.
Yeah, I
Have you heard of
have.
it? It's bad. I remember when we were in the university, because, like I told you, anyway, I'm from actually northern part of Nigeria, but currently I'm not in the northern part of Nigeria. I'm in Port Harcourt. I'm in the south part of Nigeria. But in the northern part of the country, we marry very early. Do you understand?
Mm.
Now,
Yeah.
I had a friend those days that married. Do you know that childbearing made her had mental problem for 1 year? Sadia did not know she had the child. She ran mad. Yes. Oh, you've not heard of that? That childbearing can cause madness. For over a year, that babe did not know she had a child. And trust, men now, he carried her, returned her back to her father's house. Let them go there and nurture the madness. He was even had the guts to even be asking that do they have madness in their family. And guess what, Glory? That man in question is actually a medical doctor. Now it was his subordinate that shut him down and told him, "Are you mad? Are you not in a medical line? Don't you know that things like this can happen in situations where the labor took over the pain? There's different levels to pain. What you can take might not be what me I can take, might not be what the next person can take. I don't know what I'm trying to say to you. So some people, their pain, the threshold for taking pain is critical. It can mess up their mental or whatever or any delicate organ. Are you getting me?
Whoa. Yeah.
So when you're even talking, so having the child, now as people are discussing things, I was just like, okay, I just pray, let me come up. I say people are even talking about the financial. You never even talk of the life-threatening consequences on the woman. On the woman, because when it comes to childbearing, it's the woman that carries the chunk of the risk.
Mm-hmm.
Are you getting? Even while pregnant, it's just that they'll say pregnant women should exercise and all of that. But you know, as a pregnant woman, when I see you walking on the road, for me, I am scared. You look like glass to me because you're very fragile. If something to run, come. How you want to take run with that load with your front?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to rush, jump buses. What if you fall down? Are you getting me? Like there are a lot of factors surrounding it, but we just don't care. I don't know if it's our society that just has hardened us. I don't know. I really don't know. And then there was something Mary Jane also that dropped. She was talking about marrying a good partner. Marrying a good partner is one thing, but it depends on the availability of the partner. See, I've been with a kind man, but at the end of the day, we separated. Not because, but it's just that lack of compatibility. You understand? He might be a kind man, but probably, what if he's in the army? He cannot be around you all the time. You're literally a single mother. I don't know how to say to you. You're literally a single mother. So what's the difference between you that is married and someone that is not married, that is having children? I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say to you. See, the thing is a mess. And again, coming back to societal norm or expectations on the women, in as much as they call us the weaker gender, but it's like they carry the chunk of the load and put on our head. Now we're the ones that are responsible for the upbringing of the child. If the child turns out well, it's daddy's child. If the child turns out bad, it's mommy's child. How do we do this? Are you seeing? Having the child is one thing though. Then how the child turns out again. Notice when the child is misbehaving in public, the first thing they ask is, where is mama? Nobody asks where is papa. I don't know if I'm trying. So when women wake up and say they don't want to have children, I don't know why they are calling them selfish. Keep the financial angle one side, because a lot of people, most of the discussion, like 60% of people that spoke with, kept talking about this financial. That's why I don't want to come back to that one, because when I go dive into that financial one, it will scare a lot of people from having children. Are you understanding? But when you look at the physical, the mental, the emotional, even if you have a man financing or whatever, or your family, even if you have them financing the child, there are certain situations, psychological situations, that you find yourself that money is not even the problem, or it's not even the solution to the problem. I don't even know what I'm trying to say to you. And nobody sees that aspect. So for me, I see having a child, if you want to have, good. If you don't want to have, good. Both for me is okay. If you have, good for you. If you don't, God forgive me, when you see some children on the road, like this Monday I was going out for my workout, there was this guy that helped me open gates. Then for me to have that kind of child, you better make I no get picking. I don't know if now I'm trying to say to like that one, now some children that, now that one, I don't know which word I'll call them. You understand? The guy, funny enough, he helped me open gate today, but as he was opening the gate, I was telling him thank you with fear, because that guy, I don't know if I don't know his problem. So you want born that kind of picking, to say you born picking. Are you getting me? Yeah. So people don't even see all the, and then just like I told you to begin with, having those children is also a selfish need that we're trying to feed. Is the fact that child that I think will take care of you at old age. Number one, what if the child even dies before you? Number two, what if the child grows up, just like you were saying something? What if now? Yeah, no, there's things that is heavy to say, but we need to say it. Are you getting me? Like the Mary Jane that spoke, unfortunately for it was her parent that died and left her. It could still be the other way around. What if she died and left the parents? So the mission or the vision of at old age they will take care of me. We're not God. They say God proposes, man opposes, or God opposes, man proposes. So there are some things that we shouldn't think that we have everything drawn up in our future. You understand? But when you have, good. When you still don't have, it still doesn't take you out of the society. I don't know if you know what I'm trying to say to you.
Mm-hmm.
No, that is it. That's like my own 5 cents that I say, let me add inside this
Whoa.
conversation.
Whoa.
Mm,
Some naked reality right there. Asma,
mhm.
thank you so much. You
Thank
know,
you,
yeah, in
Mama.
this
Thank
kind of
you.
in these conversations we're having, I just love the balance. I love it when the singles are talking and the married with kids or the ones with kids are also talking. At least we're hearing from both sides. And I am loving the open-mindedness that we have here. That, we're hearing the negatives, the positives, the scary part, the rosy side. And I really want to
Thank
appreciate you
you.
for bringing this other angle. Yeah,
Thank
because
you.
I feel
Glory,
like
glory.
in a
Let me
way,
let me just say something. Sorry, Glory, to cut you. Since this
yeah,
Lillian, you just highlighted a statement here. She was like, let them call it selfish. It's important to think about yourself first. Yes, Lillian, 100% I agree with you. Why is that when you enter aeroplane, when they are cautioning you before the flight we take off, they will say, in case of any emergency, first put your oxygen before you put your child's own. So of course it's you first. Thank you,
yes,
Lillian. Mm-hmm.
absolutely. Thank you so
Mm-hmm.
much. Thank you so
All
much.
right,
And I
Glory.
wanted
Thank
to
you for
say
putting me up.
that, yeah, I wanted to say that I think you also helped Pearl to answer our question because I think she also asked the question of the mental, the psychological, the emotional part of having children. You just also answered that for her. So thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, Glory. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
All right, have a nice day.
All right. Bye. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, bye. Mhm.
Okay. Yes. All right, guys. Before we move on to Becky, Becky is back. I want to give a massive shout out to AB Okoli. AB, thank you so much for giving us a token here. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Okay, Becky, welcome back. And guys, if you want to contribute to the conversation, I'm going to drop the link in the comment section. Please click on the link to speak. Becky, I don't know. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Okay, yes, I can hear you. Welcome back.
Oh my God, the last speaker is amazing. I already called in before she started speaking, so she kind of said most of the like she spoke a lot of sense, and I really want to
Yeah,
appreciate. Okay, so I'm not going to say what she said, but I just wanted to speak on some of the things that people pointed out. Someone talked
yeah,
about planning enough before having children. Like there was so much like people are placing so much emphasis on planning enough, making sure that you have enough so that when you have your child doesn't suffer. People also talk about asking, like someone talked about asking, why do I need to have children? Like, do people ask why they need to have children before having children? I'm pointing this out because my answer is going to answer all of these things. Like the answer, my
okay,
opinion is going to cover all of these things, right? And then
okay,
someone also talked about why is it that people have children and then they now depend on people to help them. You gave example
yes,
of people come to the boss and they are expecting you to render a hand and all of that. What I'm just
mm,
going to say is, let's not take away the humanity aspect of all of this. Let's not eradicate the fact that we are humans. No matter how wise we think we have become, no matter how exposed we think the world is becoming, and we are beginning to gain a lot of knowledge, science, social media, and everything, we cannot change the fact that we are humans and some things cannot be at our fingertips. If God wanted to make you that kind of person that you can have the whole world in your hands and say, okay, at this point, I know I've done enough. When I have children now, my life is going to be okay. I'm good enough to have children. If God wanted to make you have that, he would have made you that way. But there is no amount of planning that you can have now that when you have children, you will still not need somebody to help you. You will still need help. Even if you don't have children, you will still need help. You will definitely need your fellow human being. We can't eradicate that fact. So when you say you want to plan enough so that when you have your children, they are not going to suffer, the only part you can plan for is maybe the financial, the emotional. What about the unseen challenges, things that you don't expect that is going to happen? Referring it to the people who might enter bus and they have 3 children, and then I used to have that mentality. Like, how come you have 3 children, you don't have a car? Why don't you have a car? Or why can't you pay for 3 seats? But do you know, currently now, I'm with my two daughters. I can afford to pay for 2 seats or even 3 seats. But there are some children that they can't, there's a certain age a child will be, they can't sit on their own in the bus. It will be dangerous for them. So even if I take a seat for my daughter, there's still this caution I have to apply. I still have to hold her to ensure that she's safe, so that in case the car pulls, she doesn't fall. What am I trying to say? We are still humans. That's my major point. We are humans. Let's not take away the humanity out of it. You can never have the world in your hands and say, okay, this is the point where I've gotten. I know if I have children, I'm fine. Or people who have children, if they know they cannot take care of their children, then why did they have it? Let's apply caution when we are thinking that way, so that we don't take away the humanity aspect of it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
You know why I'm smiling and looking at you as you're speaking. What I want to say right now, please, I don't want it to come across as me countering your point,
Okay.
but it's just going to sort of brush a bit against your point. All right. So you see this thing called the humanity of it all. It's a very beautiful manner of approach to certain situations, but sometimes people's entitlement mentality overshadow the essence of it all. And you see, entitlement mentality spoils a lot of things.
Okay.
Now, why am I coming from this angle? This is where I'm coming from, right? I've shared my story a lot. I feel like I'm even tired of sharing itself, because I don't want people to think I'm looking for pity. I'm not looking for pity. I'm just sharing it because we love history. Why do we study history? It is to help us learn about what has happened before, to give us new methods or maybe lessons on how to approach our present and how to prepare for our future. That is
Yeah.
how I see history, right? Now,
Yes.
me coming from a family of 7 children with my parents, right?
Mm.
I want to boldly say that I do not think my parents planned to have 7 children. They did not, because we struggled a lot. And my mom did so many things. See, I can count how many things my mom sold. Is it crayfish? Is it fish? Is it fufu? Is it cassava? Is it different types of things? We had a store in the market. You see this thing they call kiri. I carried things on my head and I was selling on the street. I was hawking. I was hawking things. A lot of things. My mom did so much. My dad worked at some point. There were so many things happening, and from a child's eye, the way I saw my parents, it was like every single day they were struggling to figure out how to survive, not to talk of surviving with 7 children. Now, when we want to, if my mom wants to take us to go and see my aunt, maybe far away from where we lived, and she will carry maybe 5 of us, the 2 other ones will probably be at home. She'll carry 5 of us. Obviously, she cannot afford to pay for 1 seat each for all of us. So this one will lack this one will lack this one. And if you've lived in Lagos and you've entered Moluwe, public bus, you will know how suffocating it is. So you squeeze yourself, and sometimes because my mom cannot pay for all the seats, you will now stand and hold something. No, for a journey of 20 to 30 minutes. By the time you are out, it's like this hand is about to be amputated. So that one is my direct experience. So growing up, right, in my early 20s, now seeing women, young women, I don't know their age, but they look young enough, now carrying 3 children, and 3 is the smallest. I'm just telling you this for facts. 3 is the smallest amount. And all the 3 you're seeing, you are seeing 3 children that are under 5. So
Mm.
sometimes they will back one, and you know the edge of the chair is sharp iron. The child's
Yes.
head can easily,
He,
and
yeah.
then the small one, the woman coming out, the only money she has for transport fare that day is for herself. Then the
Mm.
other children, in her mind, passengers will help me to carry my children. You see, that is one thing I will never advise any parent to do, especially if it's girl child or boy child. Because one time a stranger had lapped me, carried me on their thigh, and I felt that man's hands roaming around my thighs.
Hmm.
Parents don't even know what strangers do to their children when they
Yeah.
give them assistance in a public bus, carrying your child on their thighs. You don't know where their hands are going. You don't know what they are doing to your child. For you, you think it's the humanity speaking at that point in time, but you don't know if your child is being molested. But that's
Hmm.
on the side. We are talking about you as a parent coming out of your home, and you did not properly plan in your mind. It takes a village to raise a child. Oh, let people be nice, let people be humane. You now, I'm just using that public bus as an example. So
Hmm.
take for instance, now you now encounter Gloria Elijah. Gloria Elijah decided that okay, she's tired, she's probably had a rough day. The morning has been really hell. I don't want anybody to disturb me. I just want to get to my destination. And then you now come with I'm sorry, your baggage. You now come with your own baggage, because of course everybody has a baggage. And then you
Mm-hmm.
now say, "Hey, auntie, please help me to carry my child." And I'll say, "Madam, I'm sorry. I'm dealing with my own problem." And then you now come and start attacking me. "I'm sorry, excuse you. Did I send you to have 3 children? Did I send you not to prepare money to pay for at least 2 seats?" I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
I
Now,
get.
also when we talk about planning, if you really want to pack all your children in a public transport, at least if you have a house help, because I understand your point by some children might not be able to sit on their own in a public bus. So if you now have a help, which comes from planning, you now have a help that will sit beside you, and that help will now carry that child that is not able to sit on her own. Or it doesn't have to be a house help if you cannot afford one. It could be a relative, it could be a friend, just somebody. But I'm saying that all of these things are avoidable if you plan to have maybe just 1 or 2 kids at that point in time, because you know that that is what you can afford to maintain. I don't know if you get where I'm coming from.
I
So
get you. I get you.
humanity is beautiful. I encourage humanity because personally, I am a humanitarian. Anywhere I go, I want to be able to affect people's lives positively. But when people now carry this entitlement mentality towards me, expecting that because I am human, you are human, so I must shower you with kindness. I'm sorry, I cannot afford to be kind all the time, because why? Life happens sometimes. And because you don't know my story, you don't know my journey, you cannot dictate when life will be kind to me, because life itself does not inform me when it is trying to hit me with something hard. I don't know if you understand.
I get you. And
Yeah, so
when
humanity
I
is
was
beautiful.
speaking, when I was speaking,
Yeah,
I wasn't even including those people who had entitlement mentality. Now I was
yeah.
just talking about life just happening. We will definitely
Mm,
need each other. Even people who don't have children. The- I personally, while I was single, I've needed help in bus. I've entered a bus when I was really sick and I needed to throw up. And I had to beg the guy sitting close to the window to help me shift towards the window so I don't throw up inside the bus. Now, that was me as just one person needing help at the end of the day. So when I say
mm,
you, let's not take away the humanity out of it. I'm not talking about people who have entitlement mentality. I'm just saying that you
mm,
can never just plan enough to the extent where you don't need help. No matter how much you plan, there are definitely times where you would still need help. And people might look at you like, didn't you plan? But they don't know that you just genuinely need help at that particular time. So I'm not talking about
mm,
people who have entitlement
mm.
mentality.
Yeah.
Thank you
You
so
know the
much.
funny thing? Sometimes we don't even know people that have entitlement mentality. Sometimes we don't even know people that are very kind. We are all strangers at the end of the day. So we
Yeah.
tend to encounter one another by chance, right? But then it's
Yes,
quite
yes.
shocking when you don't know me from Adam and you expect so much from me. Why? And you see, when I encounter people like that who expect so much from the world, I feel pity for them, because I look
Mm,
at these people and I'm like, if it was in the early 80s and early 90s, I would say, okay, because the world back then was even bearably good. But now, the world is everybody is looking for how to survive. Everywhere it's funny. Things are kind of skewed. So, as someone that you are in this world, at least to some extent, you have knowledge of how things are now, and you
Mm,
still allow yourself to not really plan. Because for me, I still emphasize on planning, because I agree with you, you cannot plan completely, but you just have to
yes,
plan at least, right?
plan. Yes, yes.
So let's say you now have, I mean, you have two beautiful. There's something my mom, my sister's husband will always say. He will say he has two kids and he's fine. Why? Because he will use, if war happens, he will carry one. My sister will carry one. That's what he always says. So
I
he said
think
he doesn't
about
want
that
more.
too.
No, seriously. And this is my older sister. He will say, nah, that he will carry one, my sister will carry one, and he's fine with that, right? So, me too, sometimes I'm forced to think about situations like that. Like, okay, what if something just happens now? And imagine a woman that has up to five, six. I'm sorry, how would I want to pack them?
Can I
If you
come
bring,
in?
yeah, come
You
in,
know
come
what? You know
in.
what? You just came to my, like, you came to the point I'm actually trying to make, right? Now let's
Yeah.
imagine that woman who has 5 kids. Let's say she's somebody like Gloria Elijah who has planned, like she actually thought of it before having children, and she knew that
Mm,
I can have 5 kids and I'll be fine. I can take care of
mm,
them financially. I have the emotional support. I have enough love to go round. But then
mm,
suddenly something happens, something unexpected happens, then that's
mm.
where the humanity I'm talking about. That's why I'm saying you can never plan enough not to need help.
See, at this point, let me tell you something for free.
Okay.
There are people that I have seen that have planned to the extent that I don't know if they have a bunker somewhere. I don't know. I'm not going to check there. They have a bunker, but they have planned so much that, see, you see the way demolition is going on in Lagos, Nigeria, and
Mm,
even in some places in Abuja. They've already started building a mansion or a home in their village where they are from, right? So they started building it. Some of them they don't they stock them, like they are stocking it up. Their
mm,
own mindset is, I know say my family is much. So if they demolish this my house in this Lagos now, I know that I'm running back to my hometown. So when I talk
mm,
about planning, yeah, planning is planning, it's like thinking about things futuristically and doing
mm,
it in a very smart way. You know the environment where you are, right? And you know that, okay, your environment is either volatile or it's peaceful or it's precarious. Nothing is probably sure in your environment. It could be Nigeria, it could be anywhere else. You know your environment. So, how do you plan? You plan according to how best you can beat the system, however way the system wants to swing. Sometimes you might not be entirely able to beat the system 100%, but
yes.
having kids that you know that you can easily cater to, I think it's very important. Some people will say
Yeah.
five is the number, all well and good for them. Some people will say it's one, all well and good for them. But my point in this conversation we're having right now is, humanity aside, you should be able to plan for your children in a way that you will not be too dependent on people around you or society to come
Mm.
to your aid when you need it. I don't know if you get that
I
point.
get it. I get it. I
Yeah,
completely agree. And that's what I'm also trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, yeah. But thank you so much. I'm glad you
Thank
came
you.
back. Always a pleasure rubbing minds with
Thank
you.
you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so
Please
much.
take me out. Take me out.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. So we have David here. Hi, Doc.
Hey, hi, Glory. You're taking a lot of people
Hi.
out. So, are you going to take other people out too? I hear you're taking
No,
people
she
out,
couldn't
right?
remove herself.
And by the way,
Nah,
what's
she
the
couldn't remove
update with
herself.
the remember
Yeah.
last week we had hashtag Anuri, Anu and Gloria, Anu and Gloria, Anuri hashtag, right? Yeah, the lady called you.
Oh my God.
I'm joking. I'm just joking. It's one more. It's just a follow up, right? I'm sure
There's
a
an
lot of number of
update.
people here remember. right? Yeah,
Yes.
hashtag Anuri, right? Is a real thing, right? So I remember that. And there's one more thing. Oh, yeah, Big Brother coming up very soon, right? There's, I think it's
Yeah.
is it next week or 2 weeks? I don't
Next
know, but there's a
weekend.
right. So you're getting ready. Yeah, are you getting ready for
Yeah.
sleepless nights?
You see, Dr. David, Dr. David, I don't know if you can see a difference in my eyes, but God is my
Yeah,
strength.
God is your strength. God is your, yeah. Well, this is a great topic. Everyone is. I'm just blessed today. Listen to people
Oh my God, David, I can't
say
hear
that.
you. You're breaking.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, this is
Am I still
better. This is
breaking?
better.
Hello.
No, this is better.
Okay, it's better.
This
Okay,
is
good.
better.
Okay, good. So yeah. Okay. So let me just jump right into the conversation from the last speaker, right? Um,
Yeah.
this entitlement thing, entitlement and expectation, and this issue of 90% the a village will help you raise your family, a child, and all that. Well, I'm sorry, there is no village anymore, right? There is a global village, right? And in fact, the internet is going to be raising your kids for you if you're not careful. You know, some people, I'm not joking. When I forget the speaker, but there was someone, I forget her name, but maybe the one, not two or three speakers before the last speaker, right? She said something, she said, which I agree with 100%. She said, I'm paraphrasing, that finances is not the only thing that you have to consider when you're trying to make those kind of decisions, right? Am I going to get married now? Am I going to have kids? Yeah, and I agree with that 100%. Do you know how
Mm,
many families? Do you know how many families have they are financially sound, right, healthy, but they are not emotionally available for their kids? So
mm,
it's one thing for you to bring kids to this world and you have all this money in the world, but it's another thing for you not to even be able to see your kids sleep at night, right? So you're flying
mhm,
all over the place, all over the world. Yeah, from one conference to another conference, from one country to another country, but you yourself, you have this nanny or someone else taking care of your child. At the end of the day, you're not there. You're an absent parent, right? So yes, money is absolutely critical, but it's not the only thing that you have to think about. That's
true.
why I so you have to be available not just financially, you have to be available emotionally, psychologically, physically, right? And that's what
Mm,
it is. The money I dropped there, the $100,000, you said $100,000. I said $100,000. Well, if you convert that to naira, do you know how much that is? That's
mm,
155 million dollars, million naira, 155 million. I want to believe, Glory, with your lifestyle, 155 million naira should be enough, right? But yeah, I'm joking, right? But here's the deal. Someone actually touched on. I think was it Fortune? No, it was someone else. Someone actually touched on why I actually put that there, which is it was a rhetorical question to spur up more conversation, which is this: what is to some people, $100,000 is enough. They now feel they can actually move on with their life, get a family, and all that. To some people, they need more than that. They need $200,000. They need $400,000, right? It never ends, So the bottom line is this: it's a relative term. When you say I'm okay with this amount, what is okay to you is not okay to someone else. That's the
true.
beginning of this whole thing, right? So, and remember, your mindset where you are right now is a makeup of all that you've been through in your life up till this point, right? Including the family you're from, what you saw in that family, what you liked in your family, what you did not like in your family. All those things have formed you. You are a product of all those things, right? So, at the end of the day, when we say some people don't want to have 5 kids and some people say they want to have 4 kids, like Daisy dreams, it's because it's just what that person has grown to. Just let me tell you what, some people will not be happy if they can't travel around the world. They'll still think they're poor if they can't go to if they don't have a passport that the next day they can just take a flight to maybe Paris or something. They don't think they're rich, some people, until they get to that point. At the same time, there's some people, until they have 3 square meals on every day, they don't think they're rich, right? So I don't really know what that person. So when someone says, and this gets to what someone else said earlier today. When someone says, um, I think I'm able to go now because what will make you think you're now financially strong? I don't
Mm,
really, you can't put a number to it. That's what I'm saying. You can't put a, and that's why that person also said that if you're going to wait and wait until you're financially, you will wait for a long time, especially
Mm.
if you have a very high standard. That if maybe the standards you have is based on what you watch, maybe a movie you watch. Let me use your case. In your case, let's assume it's because you watched Scandal, and you want to have the standard of the lady in Scandal. That will now make you know that's just too high. Do you get what I'm saying? I mean,
Mm.
I'm exaggerating, but it's for a reason, right? Yeah, so you can't say that. So it's a good conversation, but it it must be in the practicality of that conversation is bringing it to the point that you know that everyone is different, and what is
Yeah.
good for you may not be good for me, and and all that. On top of all of this, right, this issue about planning, plan and all that. They say man proposes and God disposes, right? So that's one of the sayings, right? No matter how much you plan, I'm telling you, no matter how much you plan, I'm not against planning because I think you should plan. I think not planning is a bad way of moving on in life generally, right? But no matter how much you plan, a good plan knows that the plan is going to can fail. Let's put it that way. Hello,
True.
hello,
True.
hello,
True. I can hear you. Carry on.
hello. I don't know if I'm
I can hear you.
Glory.
David, I can hear you. Carry on.
Can you hear
Carry
me,
on. Yes. Yes, I can hear you.
am I?
I can hear you. I can hear you. Oh. Oh, it dropped off. David, please click the link and come back. I think the network removed him. What's happening? Yeah, David, please click the link and come back, please. The link is in the comment section. I don't know what happened. Yeah, guys, apologies about that. Just waiting for David to come back. Yeah, but let me take some of your comments as we are waiting. This is from AB. AB says, true, but bringing a child in this world without being financially ready to care for that child is not bad at all. Okay. Okay. Jay Fansworth is responding to Catherine. Okay. David is back. Okay. Yeah. Welcome back. David, are you there? Hello? Guys, can you hear me? Or can you hear David? I don't know what's happening. Guys, I don't know. Can you hear me or David? Or is it that you can't hear me and you can hear David? I don't know. Which one is it? I think David's connection is fluctuating. Please, let's just give him some time and he'll be back. Okay. Okay. David. Okay, yeah. Lillian, thank you so much. You can hear me. Okay, Catherine says we can't hear David. Okay, L says we can hear you, but not David. Okay, David, please click the link and come back, all right, so that we can hear you. We couldn't hear you before, and you're out now. David, I don't know if you've seen the link, but I'm posting the link again. Guys, if you also want to join the conversation, because we'll be rounding up soon, David is supposed to be our last speaker, but if you want to join the conversation, please click the link in the comment section, all right? I mean, after David, I can take one more person so that we can round up. Okay, David is back. Okay. David, you're welcome back. David, I don't know if you can hear me. I think he's driving. I noticed that when people are driving and they join our conversations, it's like the inconsistency of the connection on the road, it affects their own connection as well. So I think David is driving. I think I just saw him behind the steering. Okay, guys, whilst we are waiting for David, if you want to contribute to the conversation, please click on that link. I can take one more person aside David because I want us to leave here, soon. Yeah, but I'm still checking out for your comments. So many comments. Okay, David is back. I hope we can hear him this time. Hi, David. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you well. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I
Welcome back.
was driving. Yeah. So sorry, I need to okay, let me catch my breath. So here's the deal, right? You cannot number one, a good plan knows that it has faults, right? So if for let me use finances now. So if you have plans, you said I'm not going to get married until I have $100,000. Let's say that's what you said, right? Just
Mm,
for explanation's sake, right? Now you have $100,000. Then you go ahead, you get married, you have a child, and then the next year you lose your job, you know, and before you know it, the $100,000 is gone. What now happens to you? You know, emotionally, you are emotionally available at the time you got married. Something happens, and while you got married, you're very close to your parents, right? And within 6 months after getting married, God forbid you lost both parents at the same time. Now you're not emotionally available to your spouse, and if you already have a child, now emotionally you're drained, right? Physically, you are okay on the day you got married, and then as you were walking out of the aisle, you get into an accident and you got paralyzed or something, right? Anything.
mm,
The bottom line is this: anything can happen to anyone. Any plan you think you have that can make that plan that can throw it out of the door, right? So you can't also rely on it has to be 100% before I move on. That's where I'm getting to, right? You have to be very flexible. A good plan is flexible. So once you
mm.
have that flexibility in you, then you say, okay, you have to keep weighing the option. It changes. The caller that said I'm 29 years old right now, and when there was a caller that said she's 29, that she said she doesn't know when she gets to 32 or 33, stance may not be the same stance that time, right? In the future, right? That's very true, right? So even
Sure.
as you're speaking right now, again, all the answers we're getting now is 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 just based on what that person he or she has gone through in life. Again, let me end on this note. I am not saying you should not plan, right? Planning is absolutely critical. People that do not plan, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, what if you plan? At least there is the good plan will have a plan B, plan C, plan D, right? So if plan A fails, I fall back to plan B, right? That's it. There is no foolproof plan, but to move ahead in life without planning is a disaster, and to think your plan cannot fail is also a disaster. That's what I'm saying, right? So
True.
once you have a balanced view, then you can get through life easily. Then things will get
Yeah.
to you. Things will not get to you to a point where you're like, oh, I thought that if I have $100,000, I'll be okay. Well, you are thinking $100,000, which translates to 155 million naira at the time that's saved money per year. But if something happens 2 years from now, I'm joking now, but if something happens and the value of naira becomes far stronger than dollar, then that $100,000 just suddenly is not enough. You know what I'm saying, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that's my talk. Say today. That's my addition to it.
Mm.
To speak today.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
any
Thank you
updates for
so
Anu?
much, David.
Any updates for Anu before I walk away? Anu and all that, right?
Annie is actually here.
I know. That's why I know I'm 100. See, for me to say that because I've seen she's in the studio, right? So are you guys gonna give us updates so that we know so that we can celebrate? Farnsworth, a lot of us in the comment section have been waiting for something like this. Remember last week it sounded more like there really needs to be some friendship here, and finally it's happening. So what's the
And
update?
Anna, do you want to speak for yourself? Anna, are you there? Anna, please unmute.
Hi
And
everyone. Hi Glory.
David is asking you for updates.
Updates. Oh, update on what?
Ah, hashtag Anuri.
Oh, oh, are you serious? Nothing. Nothing yet. Oh, I should be asking you, Glory.
I've been waiting for your call. I've been waiting for your call. On that day, what did we end on? I said I don't have your number. Call me or send me an email. You said you have my email. So I don't know.
Yeah, I sent you an email, but I didn't get a response. So I don't know. I sent you an email, but
When
I
did you
probably
send the email?
I think I sent it on Tuesday or something. The way everybody's even vested in this thing, like, are you serious? I sent you an email
Tuesday.
on Tuesday or something. So, but I didn't get any response. So I was like, maybe you didn't see it or something.
Oh,
Are
glory,
you
glory, glory,
checking your
glory,
email right now?
glory. Is it the
Checking your
economy? Is it
email.
the economy?
No,
Are
no,
you
no, no.
checking your email?
So I'm not gonna say Anu is lying because I'm gonna be very honest. From Tuesday, I have not been online. A lot of people
Oh,
noticed
okay.
too. I did not even do my. I had that eye problem, Dr. David. I don't know if you can see. I had a red spot on my eye,
Mhm.
this eye. So I've been going for eye test and I've been on
Is it the
medication. So I wasn't
eyelid?
even
Is it the
supposed to have like
eyelid or
so
the?
I've
Is it
not
the
been
eyelid?
checking and stuff.
Are
Yeah.
you talking
So
of the
I
eyelid? Is it the eyelid or the eye itself?
no,
Is it
not
the
the
eyelid?
eyelid. The eye itself, the white one, what is it
Oh, the
called? Is
white
it the
part of the eye.
cornea or
Okay,
what?
okay, okay. Yeah, yeah. It's cornea. Yeah, it's cornea. It's clear cornea.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
had a situation. I had a red spot. So they told me to stay off lights, my
Which makes sense.
devices and
Yeah.
stuff. So this week was sort of off. Yeah. So I know I'm not saying you're lying or anything. So please, if I
Hey,
did
I
not
was
see your
just hey,
email, I'm sorry.
let me let you guys go. Let me go off. So I was just hey, I was just
David,
see,
instigator.
exactly. So I came in as an instigator today. That's all.
It's actually so. It's funny and it's awkward
I'm
at the
just
same
catching my
time. Like,
trips. It was I don't know who saw there was someone in the there was someone in the comment
Small
section that's
hero.
there was actually someone in the comment section that challenged me to come online. I don't know. I think it's Iberia. I don't know. Someone actually challenged me. So that it doesn't look like I'm shying away. That's why I came. I'll let you guys talk. Thanks. Thanks, Glory. Thanks, Manu. Yeah. Bye
Thanks
bye.
so much, David. Oh my goodness. I know I'm so sorry. I've been on eye medication this week. I'm not even supposed to be doing this live. My optician said no harsh lights, nothing. But I said today, I already said I was gonna do it live today, so fine. So I would yeah. But
hope you are feeling better.
well, I'm gonna be honest, my eyes are actually suffering from all the lights in my studio. So the moment I'm done with this now, I'm going to rest them. Yeah,
Okay. All right.
yeah.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
You are
Yeah.
welcome. It's
Thank
nice to
you.
have you here.
Thank you. Yeah. So I said I've been listening in the background, listening to everybody's opinions and discussions, and really been an interesting conversation. I was also trying to tidy up some things, so that's why I'm kind of joining late and everything. So for me, it's an interesting topic, and as someone who is still single and in our late 30s, it's not easy. I will not
Yeah.
lie. It's not easy. I'll be honest with you. And I feel that maybe if I had a child already, I won't be thinking of marriage. Maybe if I had a child in my 20s, I
Mm,
probably would not be thinking about marriage anymore. Do you
mm,
understand? And I think it's
yeah.
because I've come to this self-awareness of the kind of person I am, and you know how I am. I just feel that that marriage scene, I don't know really. I've just told God that, see, just and me at this all this talking stage and everything, I don't have strength. Don't be asking me my favorite color. I don't get time for like to talk.
Okay, stage.
If you are doing small talk with me, I'll be irritated. So you understand all those kind of things. So coming from my background, coming from a family, like the kind of family I came from, I I think I looking at my parents, their marriage, I just feel that it's also good that I didn't probably marry early, because if I had married early, I don't know what the situation would be. And I've grown to learn a lot of things over time. We are four in. We are four. Can you hear me?
Yes, carry on, please.
So we are four in my family, from my parents, 2 boys, 2 girls. But from my parents' side, they're a very large family. So on my father's side, there were about 13 siblings, but 7 of them died for about 2 sets of twins. So before
Wow.
I was even born, now you'll be hearing all those stories and all. Then on my mother's
Oh.
side, there are about 6. So it's a very large kind of family. And so it wasn't surprising that my parents had 4. But they married very young. My father was in his mid-20s. My mother was, I think she was barely 20 when she got married. And so it kind of affected a lot of, the dynamics were a bit shaky at some point. They provided, financially they were there. I give them, my father really tried. That man, I just wish he was still alive. That man also, he tried for us. Honestly, imagine getting married at 25. Before 30, you've had 3 children. Before 30, you
Wow.
already had 3 children. And
Wow.
he sacrificed everything to give us the best, sent us to the best schools around. Like, he gave us his best. He gave us his best, honestly. He gave us his best. But at that age, I don't think they were really ready. So because of some dynamics and some things, my mother too was trying to, apparently she was also trying to, family thing. She needed to get away from her mother. So she felt that getting married would help her. So she had to marry. So imagine not being healed and, carrying some form of trauma and, having children at that age. By 30, you already have 4 children. By 30. So, all those things were there. And honestly, it wasn't until when my popsy died that everything really became obvious, because it just felt like this man, he was the breadwinner in his family and for
Yeah.
us. So it just felt like, where are we going to, start from? What are we going to do? But honestly, they said in everything, give thanks. I am grateful that somehow they got married early, because because we're already like in our 20s. My sister had graduated. I and my elder brother were about graduating, because we graduated at the same time from university. So it was just my younger brother that was trying to get into uni. So, the burden wasn't so much. My popsy had already done all those things. They had paid our school fees, blah, blah, and everything. So, although we didn't have a house of our own, but on his own, he was at a good level in career-wise. He was a civil servant. And, that time, growing up in the 80s, now, if you're a civil servant, 80s, 90s, you're a civil servant in Lagos State, in a Lagos State parastatal, you are a big man. So we had a driver. I used to go to drive us to school now. You understand? We used to drive us
Yeah.
to school. So when I finished primary school, that I knew what it meant to be jumping public transport. You understand that kind of thing? So I just thank God that in all, we are all doing well. I'm very grateful for that. In our own industries, whatever we are doing, we are all doing well, because my father especially set the tone. He was strict. He would say, that if I'm not here, he was always, I didn't understand why this man was always like kind of angry, strict. Like, I didn't understand. It was after he died, I was like, oh, this man was a good man. He was a good man, honestly, because when I hear what men do, I'm like, what's going on? He didn't drink, he didn't used to drink, he didn't used to smoke. He was a fine man, and you expect that when you're a fine man and smart like that, you'll be carrying what's his own. After work, he's coming back home. You understand? So it just made me understand a lot of things. And looking at the mistakes my mom had made, not being financially, what's the word? She was not, because she was a teacher in a secondary school, in a primary school, but she didn't understand how to manage her finances properly. So a lot of things happened, even with my popsies entitlement. The whole thing was just, it was just like a mess. And I just vowed that I'm not going to go through this. And I think something just sparked in me, like, man, I have to fight for myself. Nobody's coming. I'm the middle child, so I know how middle children are. I said, nobody, everybody is trying to, in that kind of family,
Yeah.
everybody is trying to fight for themselves. Nobody is coming to save you. You have to save yourself. So coming into that realization, I said, I know you you have to fight for your life. So I'm just trying to imagine if I'd gotten married maybe like 2013 or something. Like, I don't think, no, with carrying that mentality, I wasn't mature enough. I still was struggling with low self-esteem and all that. My mom still was very, very harsh on me. She has always been harsh on me since I was a child. And, after my popsy died, it was even more. I felt it was becoming a generational pattern, because she said her mom was not whatever we had, and she was also doing it. I just vowed that, no, this thing is going to end with me. Can't continue like this. So I vowed that I would do my best. I would continue learning. I will continue striving for for the best. I would even with the limited resources, I would continue to do my best. And I think that's what has just kept me going. Like I said, I think I mentioned last week, I've not really had a 9 to 5 per se. So more like a family thingy with my brother. We set up something, then I became in charge and all that. But despite that, it's been rough. It's been rough. Honestly, sometimes I look at it like, what's going on? My siblings had jobs. See me here, even after doing masters, I still they struggle. I will apply to everything. I'm like, God, what is going on? But one thing about me, I just learned that you are not the same with everybody. Don't go and be thinking that everybody's part is, you are like everybody.
True.
Stop comparing yourself. So when I came to that realization, I just, kept building myself and knowing that I'm, somewhat different, and I just have to align with the path that God has put me on. So I just continue to do that, continue to build myself, opportunities. I try to seize opportunities as much as possible. So I just feel that I'm still not where I should be, honestly. I'm a late bloomer, so I'm not where I should be, obviously. I see my mates, I see what they are doing, even in terms of finances and some other things, but I'm still grateful because people would see me and still be like, I know you are not doing badly. Even times where I would feel like, God, what's going on? But people will still be inspired. They think I'm doing fantastic. I can't even complain to people because they think and I'm like, God, what's going on? Who will help me? Me, sir, I need help now. Abi. So, but I just keep striving for the best. So with this childbirth thing, I just feel that, you know, with what everybody has said, I was able to pick up different things. Just do what works for you. Some people, the childbirth thing has brought, having children is one of the things they desire the most in life. And so be it. You understand? They got married early, 23, 24, they already have children. That's nice. Everybody's path is not different. So once you know yourself, you know that your path is a bit different, then you understand that. So if you want children, no problem. Do whatever it takes. You want to. There's some women like that. They're not ready to get married. They know they cannot stay under a man. So they will rather just have a child. And they are cool with it. There are many examples of women like that. And, so whatever works for you, with that, whatever for me, I know I love children, but when I think about it financially, mentally, spiritually, there's a whole lot, things have changed. Like when I was growing up, we stayed in an estate, where my popsy was working, the estate of his organization. We stayed there. It was very reserved. Me, I was always inside now. Where are you going to? Where are you going to? Even when we run to our neighbor's house, they will come, they will beat us. So now things have changed. You cannot even go to your neighbor's house.
Hmm.
You can't allow your child to go to your neighbor's house. Why? Because you don't know who they are. You cannot vouch for them.
Mhm.
Things have changed. So you have to be ready. You have to be ready. And I know you mentioned financially. Glory, yeah, you want to have how many millions before you say you are ready. It's not about that though. Sometimes this thing is I'm giving you an example of my own family now. My popsy was how old, but he's still, he was able to achieve a lot of things. He was still able to, he will even travel out for conferences, won a visa lottery, even though he didn't click. You understand, long story, but he won a visa lottery during his time. There were opportunities, and he too, he was someone who was able to slash onto those opportunities. So I know finances are very important, but at the same time, there are also a lot of other factors that you should consider if you want to have children, because I see there are a lot of damaged people, there's so much going on. So I don't think that with what's going on in the world right now, people should just think of just giving birth anyhow. You have to be ready. Honestly, it takes a whole lot. You have to be ready. You have to plan. You have to make sure they are ready. Don't go with the crowd because Lagbaja has twins or has how many children. You think you too, you are ready. No, nobody's going to take care of your child for you. And there's this joy you have when you train up a child and say, no, mom, can relax and say, oh, my child is this. Oh, two of them are abroad. This one, that one. It's very sweet. You understand? It's very sweet now, but there was a time that, of course, we gave her tough time. We gave, that's why we're stubborn. So it takes a whole lot. Honestly, it takes a whole lot. It takes a whole lot when it comes to children. Just, do what works for you. Not everybody's path is different. If you want children, go for it. And if you don't want to, it's also is also is also great. I think that especially for someone like me who likes who is not very close with family members so much anymore, having my own child will definitely be great. Someone I can pour love into, definitely. So instead of looking for people that that are not that are not helping me to be giving my love, I know that this one came from my body. This one is my blood, definitely. And I know how children are towards me, because that one too, I know that we can say you are just saying that children flock around you, but there's something about that, children being liking to be around you. There's
Yeah.
something about that. So I just feel that, yeah, I'm just trusting God that because I also, maybe because of the whatever my father sets, I have this high standard, honestly, for this is very high standard.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you this question, Annie, because just few seconds ago you said, I mentioned finances, but it's not all that. It's not. So I want to ask you now,
Okay.
as one who just like me is in her 30s, right? Um, why haven't you had a baby yet?
So that's what I'm trying to say now, that I have very high standards, and maybe I've not met the person that I feel that I'm ready to have one with. Do you understand? Someone that I know that,
Mhm.
okay, even if, because honestly, we can say, oh, I want to get married before having a child. But honestly, I start to look at a lot of things differently these days. That what if it doesn't happen?
Yeah.
What if I do a one night or something, and am I going to remove? I'm not going to remove it now. Do you understand? So maybe I have not met the person that I'm ready to have a baby with.
Also, let me ask you, financially, are you ready? Financially.
Financially, no. Not really, but I think that sometimes they say it's not that children open doors. So I think that God will provide
Hey,
definitely. I am a no, I believe so much in the ways of God. Glory, God will provide, sir. God is going to provide.
I don't say God to provide. Okay, let me put it this way for you. Yeah, let me put it this way for you.
You're laughing.
You look around you. No, wait, no. See, I see. Just like you, I believe in God. See, if there's one person that holds on to God like this, I hold God like this. Like I won't let you go. But you see, there is that thing of, I don't want to call it fanaticism or Christian exceptionalism, but if I'm not wrong, I think that is what it is. This mindset that a lot of religious people have, especially Christians in this part of the world, they have this mindset of God will provide, children brings blessings. But when you look around you, eh, you will see a lot of people, right? They have plenty children and they're not doing so well. They're not doing well. So, especially when you now begin to count the number of children they have, you see the one that has 5, you see the one that has 6. The other day, my furniture guy, he came to work for me and he was giving me gist about how one of his relatives in the village, every year she's getting pregnant. Currently, she has 7 children and they're all under 10. All of them under 10. And the last time we
7.
went to the village, yes, no, actually, she has 9. And the last time we went to the village in January, she was pregnant again. So this girl, she went, no, yeah, he said the job that her husband is a deadbeat. He repairs radio and TV in the village. And the question you ask is, I'm sorry, but inside that interior of the village, how many people has the luxury of, I mean, okay, forget about who has the luxury, but can he fix an LED TV? He cannot. The kind of TV he repairs is all those old school black and white television. So the guy is deadbeat. So what the woman does is she just keeps reproducing and the children are just there. So if we now come with the argument of children are a blessing from God, I'm sorry, but these plenty children that she has, when are they going to turn into a blessing? Is it after they
Yeah.
get molested? Is it after they get abused? Because the truth is, there are so many that sometimes when they disappear from your sight, do you know where they are? Do you know what's happening with them? And when they are hungry and they go and meet one neighbor or they enter one, do you know what's happening with them? Okay, so now let's say God will provide. Are we now saying that God is being wicked for not blessing this one that has 9 children with one on the way and she's miserable, she's wretched? And for years, my furniture guy was saying for years, anytime he goes back home for Christmas holiday, she's just pregnant. She's always pregnant. He said he had to ask her, is there any time you are not pregnant?
They can't even touch her
She's
small.
always pregnant.
They can't even play with
The
her
truth is
small.
that. So the truth is, religion, religion gives us hope. And that's the beauty about religion. Be it Christianity or whatever you're worshiping or whatever you believe in, religion is there to give you hope. But the truth is, hope does not put food on the table. Hope does not realistically, like what you see, as you can see your hands like this, hope does not pay your bills, right? But hope gives you assurance that things will get better. So the question you now ask yourself is, when will things get better? For some people, it might take till the parents of those children die. Then maybe in the future, or maybe one good Samaritan now picks up 1 or 2 of those children and say, okay, yeah, I will train you so that I can help your siblings. You don't want to have kids that you leave their destiny to whatever destiny decides to do with them. I don't know if you get me.
I
And
get
that's
you.
why personally,
I get
I
you.
don't, yeah, personally, I no longer do that. God will provide. I mean, God is always providing, but God has also given you wisdom and a brain to think and to prepare yourself for certain things. And this is why we pray. right? When you're preparing yourself for things, you don't see the end from the beginning. It's only God that sees the end from the beginning. So you pray to God for direction, and God gives you direction. But some people are very stubborn because as God is trying to give them direction, they are still quoting God's scripture back to Him, like saying that they write Bible. I don't know if you
Yeah,
get.
I
Some
get you.
people
I
act
get
like
you.
they know scriptures more than God Himself, you know. Anyways, me, oh.
But when I even say God will provide, I don't mean that okay, you sit down there, you are complacent and you're not doing anything. Sometimes the fact that you
Mm,
also know that you have an extra mouth coming, it can also drive you to also be more how will I put it, more productive. You know that nobody's coming to help you or your child. So it can also be that catalyst to you being a more, before you know it, maybe all the ideas, things that side hustle or business ideas that you never thought of before,
mm,
they'll start coming into your
mm,
head. That's when you say, let me do an ebook. That's when you say, let me sell bags. You
yeah,
understand? All those hidden talents and skills that you didn't know you had, it now starts
yeah.
coming out. Sometimes it can be that. I'm not saying it is for everybody, but it can be that. But honestly, mindset is important. You need to know what you are doing. I think you need to be ready. Honestly, nobody is going to
Exactly.
come, and you
That's
just need
it.
to
Be
be ready,
ready.
and you alone can make that decision. Nobody knows your account balance. Nobody knows what is in your.
Absolutely.
You understand? So you are the one that is going to,
Absolutely.
everything still depends on you. Whatever thing you want to do, nobody is going to say, I don't have a child. But when it's time
Mm-hmm.
to put food on the table, your child is not going to listen
Mm-hmm.
to, I don't have money, or then no.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? So
Are
I
you,
think
are you familiar with some schools? There's one particular school in Ikoyi. Are you familiar with that school that they said parents literally book their unborn children in that school like a year ahead or 2 years ahead? Are you familiar with that school?
is it the Charterhouse School? Is it that one?
I
There's
don't know
one
the
new
name,
school that
but I don't
okay.
know the name, but it's in Ikoyi. But that school, yeah,
Mm,
that school, if you pass there around in the morning, like 7 a.m. or like 3 p.m. when school is over, if you see the kind of cars, now the gist of that school is that parents literally register even their unborn children. And the reason why a lot of them do that is because the children of the wealthy, they attend that school. Their standard is really high, blah 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 blah. Now, back in the day, when the first person that ever told me about that school told me about the school, I I developed some sort of resentment towards the school, towards the system, not the school, but the system. Because for me, I felt like um they were being prejudiced against the lower class people that probably cannot afford their tuition fee for their children. Like, oh, why are they being selective? Blah 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 blah. But later on, when I started thinking a lot about all this planning of a thing, oh, if you want to have a child, what's your plan for the child? And I thought about it, I'm like, well, I give kudos to the parents who actually take out time to plan ahead for their toddlers
mm,
to gain admission into such a school because their school fees is not cheap. It's in millions. So what that means is these parents, they've already planned. They started planning already that okay, I'm going to have a child. This is the kind of standard of education I want to give to my child. This is where I want my child to go. This is how much the tuition fee costs for 1 year. It runs into millions, but
mm,
they already know that okay, oh, I have to work ahead. There was somebody that told me that I know of a woman that she had not yet delivered the baby, but she was already booking a slot ahead. Now we
mm,
can say that eventualities could happen. God forbid she might miscarry the pregnancy, whatnot, whatnot. But what if she does not miscarry the pregnancy? What if she has the baby? You know? So for me, hearing that story, my resentment for the system with time, it
mm,
blossomed into admiration for parents who took that initiative to decide that I don't know what their background is, but they just decided that I want to give my child the best of the best kind of education, and I want to give my child the premium environment to make connections. Remember what I was talking about last week about, not having the childhood or the culture of socializing and learning how to make friends. Some people put their children in such kind of school environment so that from a young age they're already putting their foot into the doors of different connected, I don't know if you get me, connected environment. It was the same thing in the university where I did my NYSC. This was AUN in Yola, Atiku's University.
Okay.
That university, when I served,
Yeah.
the 1 year I served in that university, I learned things. The children that attended that university, some of them were on scholarship, but the rest of them, you see all these our politicians that some of them you don't even know what their children looks like. Most of them, they are in that
Hmm.
university. I even saw the president of is it Uganda or Senegal? Some African countries' president's children, they were there. And me, because of the project I was handling, I was friends with a lot of them. But now they have their own social circles, they have their ways of doing things. I saw things, and some of them you will hear that, oh, my sister is coming in next year. You'll be like, your sister, she got an admission. Like, oh no, my dad just already registered her, she's coming. There's already planning ahead. And you see what they do. They say, oh, summer is coming. Where are you going for vacation? Okay, this one is we are going on vacation together. Oh, did you call my dad? Oh, my dad called your dad. Sis. Standard. What standard do you want to give to your unborn children or the ones that you have already given birth to? Do you want to say that you were not satisfied with how you were raised? So when you give birth to your own, you want yours to have the best of the best? Or do you want to say, it is well, things will get better. Let me just wait and see how it works.
I get you. I get you totally. I understand. Yeah, I understand the point that you're making. True.
Yeah. All right,
I'm not.
love. Thank
Yeah,
you so much.
I totally agree. You see a lot of people that, especially those illiterates, they even annoy me. 8 children, 7 children. I just feel that they think because it's easy to you just do and you get pregnant. That means you should just be doing it anyhow.
All right.
you
Thank you
don't you
so
don't
much, Anu.
don't
Thank
pay
you
for
so
it.
much.
So yeah, thank you, Glory.
Yeah, it's been such a pleasure having this conversation with you. And thank you so much for your email. I'm going to go and check it right. What's the time now? Yeah, I'm going to go and check it right after this. And apologies, I didn't see it on time. They gave me strict instructions, stay away from your screens. So, yeah. Maybe by next week when I come back, I'm going to be wearing glasses. Who knows? Because my glasses are coming. So I'll probably be wearing glasses from next week. But yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
All
All
right.
right. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Yeah, bye.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for such a beautiful time out. Oh my God, it's been over 4 hours of us having this conversation, and it's been such a beautiful time out. And I am just so happy that we had this conversation. I'm so happy. It's kind of sad that Big Brother is coming up next weekend. I really, really wanted us to, have more conversations, but it's fine. It's fine. Um, the show is back, and yeah, we will do what we always do here. We'll talk about it. Okay. So I should put out a video next week. I don't know. I don't know if I cannot find. They are having a double launch Saturday, Sunday. So we will see how it goes. Definitely we'll put out a video. All right. But for real, for today's conversation, it's been so refreshing. It's been very wholesome. I had so much fun. There was just so much to laugh about, so much to share, and also learning from all of you as well. You guys don't even know how much you impact on me when you come on here to share, to speak. I always learn something. And I'm grateful to all of you for your impact. I'm grateful to all of you for sharing. Thank you all so much for all of everybody that spoke, everybody that engaged with the conversation in the comment section, everybody that's listening, silent listeners, silent viewers. I appreciate all of you so much. You guys are the realest MVPs. I am grateful. Thank you all so, so much. I will see you guys. Um, yeah. Thank you so much, AB. Yes, yes, yes. My eyes are actually better now, to be honest. It was actually worse. Tuesday, Wednesday, it was worse. This one was red. I couldn't film, I couldn't do anything, but I'm glad my medications have worked to the glory of God, and it's better now. Yeah, it's better now. So, yeah, thank you all so much. And AB, thank you so much, AB, for the token that you shared with this community. I am grateful for that. Thank you so much. And I will see you guys on my next video. I actually put out a video about my Scandal review, the Scandal TV series. I put out a part 1 video. I was supposed to put out a part 2 video this week, but this eye situation just had me on chokehold. It was so bad. Um, let's see how it goes next week if I am able to put out a part 2 video of that Scandal review. I don't know. My 30 series on Simply Glory, I have like one more video. It's supposed to be 2 more videos, but it's probably going to be 1 more video to, pack up this first season of the 30 series. After Big Brother, I'm going to continue with the season 2 of my 30 series. So let's just see how it goes. All right. If you're yet to see my videos, guys, please go ahead and check them out on Simply Glory Elijah. That's my second YouTube channel. Also check out my videos on also check out my videos on Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. G is saying, Glory, you need your own fan base. What will your name be? See here, guys. This is this new Big Brother season that is coming. Hey, God. My heart is beating bagum, bagum, bagum. Because for the past how many months now, I've been enjoying so much peace and serenity in this community. But we know now, with every new Big Brother season comes a lot of toxicity. And even though we've been able to defeat toxicity in this community, there will always be those 1 or 2 people that will come with their headache. So I don't even know. I need to go and do some press ups, grow some muscles. I maybe design my own shield to come and, to come and shield myself from all the toxicity. But it's fine. It's fine. Annie is saying, would there be 2 houses? I think there'll be 1 house because I saw one of their posters and they say it would be 1 house. So yeah, but it will be a double launch show. But I think it's gonna be 1 house. Yeah, Amy is saying, don't mind the toxicity, you'll be fine. I know I'll be fine, Abby. I know I'll be fine. Fan base name Glory. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. Whatever you guys come up with, we will work with it. All right. And a name for your warriors, gladiators. Yes. Anyways, if he's saying the housemates are 30, wow, people are saying the housemates are 30. That is a lot. We will see. The thing is, I don't want to give too much hype to this season because there was a lot of hype with the previous season and it just came like this. It went downhill really quick. So this new season, season 10, season 10, which is supposed to be like a massive season. I don't know. And I don't want to be too expectant so that I don't get disappointed. So for me, whatever they are bringing, let them bring it. We will judge. We will sit down here. We will watch. We will judge. We will analyze. So we will see how it goes. Anyways, guys, let me let you all go so you all can rest. Thank you all so much once again for your time. I will see you guys on my next video. All right. on my next video. But for now, enjoy the rest of your evening, enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you guys on my next video. Bye. Okay.